let's continue our journey into the realms of agility, where everything is green, everyone is happy, and there is not a single waterfall in sight. And we will continue our journey with small steps from Vaidas Pilkauskas. Give him a round of applause.
Okay, so hello everyone. So this talk is about how to do TDD. It's not about that I'm going to convince you to do TDD. So if you don't like it, it's fine. I just want to show you how to do that. And it's also not about Scala, which description says something about it. So don't pay attention to this. I've given this talk in JavaScript, Ruby, Python, and maybe something else I don't remember. So it doesn't matter the language. Scala will enable us to spot some functional biases that I want to show you today. So this is only a tool, and if you do something with different language, just go that way. Okay, so this is, first of all, who am I? I'm server guild master, whatever it means, at Wix.com. So basically, I work in backend engineering team and occasionally coach people about design and test first techniques and maybe something else. And they also coach me about doing something like engineering in general and so on. I also organize Vilnius Java user group. It's one of the biggest meetups in Vilnius for developers. So if you're a Java developer or you care about general software development, please come and we'll have some fun times. You can follow me on Twitter. So motivation for this talk. I want to show you how rigorously apply test-driven development practices while learning how to do test-driven development. And the big point is here that if you do test-driven development and someone like me says that this is wrong, this is not test-driven development that you're doing, it's fine. Like, just better to do something compared to not to do it at all. So test-driven development is a state of mind. This year, I think this way. Maybe 1 year after, I will tell you, okay, I was wrong in this place because someone from the audience, maybe some of my colleagues or some new project that has taught me something different. I will show you that we can implement algorithms without knowing the actual algorithm. So this is a classical TDD example. It doesn't work all the time, but it works most of the times because test-driven development is about driving your design in the program. And design works pretty nice with algorithms. And the most important thing I want you to remember is about feedback loop. This is how I write one thing in the test, and I want you to see how production code reacts to it. And when you do something in production code, I want you to sense something that maybe there is something wrong with test code. So that's the important part, feedback. Let's recap what is test-driven development. So if someone of you doesn't do that, it's important to understand that there is such a cycle. First step is to write a failing test. And it's really important that you write a failing test, like not compiling or basically showing that there is no such feature. If you start with a passing test, you don't know if that test works. It doesn't prove that you missed some feature. Then you move to second step, which is green phase. And green phase is for writing minimal amount of code to pass the red failing test. So it's important that you write the simplest possible amount of code to pass it. And then important third step is where we are going to concentrate a lot today. It's refactoring and basically refining your test. And refactor is important because we already have test and we have minimal amount of code. So we have a safety net between those two. And while we refactor, we can maintain stability in our source code. And today I will pick a standard kata for test-driven development. It's a Roman numerals. I believe that most of you know. For example, you have seen a watch with Roman numerals where letter I stands for 1, 2 letters I stand for 2, and so on. Like, so just it can be a really complex number, but it doesn't. Nothing new here. Okay, so let's go to the code. I will use Scala, but you don't have to know anything about it. If you, for some reason, have some question and it is related to maybe how Scala works, just raise a hand and ask it. If you have some comment about test-driven development, I urge you to maybe leave it for the end of the talk, because I have not enough time to finish the whole exercise. So let's see how it goes. And feel free to catch me after the talk. I really like to talk on the subject. So this is a simple test which just demonstrates that our framework works. I have a rapid feedback loop where if I change something in the code, tests immediately run. So this works very nice with unit tests, where unit tests are just really quick thing to run. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to write a first test. And this is the hardest problem most of the time for even experienced test-driven developers. So what is the first test that we can come up? I usually think that way, that you have a set of requirements and you just sort those requirements according to how complex they are. And you pick the simplest one. So in our case, the simplest one will be something like converse 1 to I. And this should be a very simple test. And for this we don't have any production code. So everything I will write, it will fail immediately. Now one of the hardest part is that I need to give some good names, but this talk is not about naming. Naming requires separate talk, and to me it's the most complicated thing in the world. So let's call it like Roman numerals. Let's have it something like this, to Roman, and it will accept 1, and it should be. By the way, if you see I'm doing something really strange because like I'm on a stage and like it's not my regular environment, help me fix my mistypes, and I really want this feedback from you. Should be I. Okay, so okay, it works for some reason. What am I doing wrong? This is, by the way, why you need to have a failing test. It just it works for some reason. So am I running something in the wrong terminal? No, it's not. Yeah, I have cheats in case I will end up in such situation. So, but let's try to restart it. Okay, Roman numerals. Why does it work? Okay, let's try simple. Okay, let's do something like this. It's not even this test. Oh, finally it works. Maybe I have Roman numerals already somewhere. So let's have converter, because we're not about names, and I will quickly get rid of that. Roman should be something like this, and see if that fails. Okay, finally. It probably means that I have another implementation and it just worked. So what do we do now? We need to basically make this test compile. So I will have a new file. Usually, if I work alone and I start implementation in the same file, but for clarity here, because I cannot fit everything on one screen, and I have I will use separate file from the beginning. But I usually start in the same file and then factor it out to a separate one. Okay, so now I need a method. And it takes, what does it take? Let's say that it takes Arabic. And okay. IntelliJ is too smart these days, like it doesn't help anymore. Okay, so those question marks at the end mean unimplemented. So if you don't have some similar concept in your language, so this is unimplemented, and it will throw, let's see what it throws. So it says implementation is missing. So it's a good feedback. I have a compiling code, but on the runtime it fails. Now what I need to do, I need to come up with implementation. And remember, second step. Second step says that it has to be a minimal amount of code. So what is the minimal amount of code? It's just returning I. Yeah, we have a working production code already. So I want to point out that this is really good feedback loop, and already after like spending some hassle sorting out with the environment, I already have working code which supports conversion of of 1 to I. And if you like basically what it means, iteration 1 finished, let's wait for an hour, we can start with 2 or something like this. But it's a quick feedback loop, and you already can demo it to your customer because you know that it's in working state. Okay, I need another test, and another test is just picking another easy requirement. So let's see if we can convert 2 to double I. Okay, I already feel a pain of repeating myself. So if you're bored to watch this, I feel a pain of type this. I'm urged not to copy paste. But copy pasting and like repeating, just retyping is the same thing. It's just like a habit. Convert. Okay. And I will show you how I will get rid of my bad naming. But you don't do this at home. I will just use a simple name for this demo. I probably need to prepare a talk on naming just to prove that I'm not doing this myself. Okay, so what do we do now? First of all, I feel that there is something wrong with my tests already. So many repetition and so little information which is important. But I'm on the rest test phase, so what I need to do, I cannot do refactoring here. I need to move to minimal second step, which is get my code to green stage. And what I need to do, I need to implement something very simple. And being simple is, for example, using if and asking if it's 2, please return double I, else return I, and see if it works. Yeah, it works. Iterations 2 passed, so we can go home now. But remember, this is something wrong. I feel that there is too much duplication here. What we can do, what is really important here? Important bit is this Arabic number and this Roman numeral, this Roman letter. So I really want to put a lot of emphasis and show what is important in my tests. Imagine that I can easily make a mistake somewhere here and some reader will be confused. So I think that we should go and remove duplication here. So let's say that we have examples. I'm calling these examples on purpose so that I communicate to you that this is not something like property-based testing or something. We're doing example-based testing. And if you have heard about property-based testing where you can generate a lot of tests by using some random generators for some test input, so this is not what I'm doing. I'm just like extracting repeated parts. It's like more like parameter-based tests. And parameter-based tests are example tests just in different form. Okay, so I have a sequence which is just a list in Java. So I will say, okay, so our requirements is like this. So 1 should convert to I, and 2 should convert to double I. And then what I will do, I will refactor this part, and I will say, okay, let it be Arabic. Okay, let's maybe start from this. So let's name it examples, because it's multiple items already. So I have examples, and for each I will do something. I think in Java it would be really hard to do the same thing. It's because I'm using a different framework, and which lets me to create specs on the fly or tests on the fly. So I will say, okay, in this list, please take each element and assign it to those variables. Arabic, Roman. So this is Scala syntax, but it's not so important. Let's see what happens. I will say converts. I need Arabic number to Roman in, and what I need to do, I should say that convert to Roman. It's really ugly name, right? That convert. I need to fix it. Arabic should be what? Should be Roman. And now I can delete those tests and expect that there will be those tests. What is important here? Let's maybe that we pay the same attention to our test code and remove all important duplication from there. And you may think that this part is really important in your code, but I would say that you should look here in your test report, which says that, okay, this works like this works like this, and what is important in the test, that you know that, okay, you have this example, this is your requirement, you have this requirement, and you can, and this is more, it's easier to find in your code base what's important by doing this, because in this case it will be only examples which are from integer to string. If you have different case where you have to do different like tests, don't put them in examples like this. Maybe it doesn't work, but listen to your code. So what is the next test? I need to move, and I need to move. Okay, so we have very little code, and I need to add another rule, and I need to see if it works with 3, for example. So let's see what it says. It doesn't, and I will go and I need to do something here. So what can I do? I can say, okay, an hour. Do you feel a tension already? Like there's tension growing. I even feel that I don't want to do this myself, but I feel that this is very simple code. It's easy to explain what's going on. Okay, so we have this, and we have, okay, and it works. Now I'm in a green phase, and I want to get rid of this tension. So what I will do, I will say, okay, I have I, and I will say, let's do it like this. Hope it works. It works. So I did a refactoring in this blue phase, but there is one thing that I'm a bit not so sure. Have you ever heard of like multiplication of strings? I haven't. So, but I will leave it like this. I hope it will not bite us in the future. Okay, now very interesting case. There is a for case. And for brings like, is it the easiest one that we have? I think no. So I will leave this for future. I don't want to deal with something what is complex. I feel that it will ask me to subtract something and I don't want to do this. So let's go to something what will add something new to our code. Let's say 5. This will add additional letter. And let's see a failing test first. And unfortunately, I still have to press save. If I shouldn't, that would be even like the best feedback. So it doesn't work. So what do? I write an if, where I check if it is 5. By the way, you see there's some magic constants already, like, so there are a lot of signals that something is like really fragile in this code. So I will say, okay, let's let it be, and else let it be like this, and see if it works. And it works. Nice. But can I do something about this code? Probably no. There's not so much repetition. Maybe I can extract some magic constant, but I don't feel any duplication here, and I will stay like this. I need another test. What can it be? 6 or 7? I think it should be 6 because it's simpler. It only concatenates v and diff and I, so it should be simpler than 7, for example, which does also I repetition. Okay, let's quickly implement. Oh, it fails, and what can I do? I can say, okay, if it is greater than or equals than 5, I should do, oh, I need a mutable state. Scala developers should hate since now. Like, I know that I will deal with this in the end, so stay with me. So what do we need? We need remainder. Arabic. And if remainder, var and val are different in Scala. Usually if you see var in Scala, you don't speak to that person anymore. But suppose that I'm coding alone and no one knows about this. So what I need to do, I need to say that, okay, remainder, oh, I'm mutating something. I will do this, and I also need another var. I need result. This is very big step compared to previous ones. So result is nothing. Okay, I need to do like this. Then I have else. By the way, when I see brackets in if statement, there is also indication that something is wrong. If statements should be such simple expressions that you don't need to put any brackets. So if you have 2 expressions in one block, there's something wrong already. Maybe you should think of extracting it to smaller units. Okay, so now result, and this should be remainder. It's very hard, like now. And let's see if oh, it doesn't work. I forgot to do something. Can try. I don't need this, I think. You can also help me, by the way. Okay, it passes. Cool. Can we do something about this code? Probably not much. It looks ugly, but I have to find another explanation why it's wrong. It's just because I'm biased not to do something in Scala like this, I cannot just go and fix it for that sake. So I need an hour test. And an hour test is, okay, what kind of requirements do we have? We have 10, which is next one, which will add an hour letter to my implementation. So let's have it. And we should have a failing test. And now, I need an hour if, and that if is comparing to 10 and doing what? It will say, okay. I could actually use return statement, but I will not do that because otherwise, like, I will be speaking to myself here. Okay, so I need to do this and add to result something like this, new letter. Okay, it passes. Do we have duplication? It looks like duplication, but it's not yet. It's not because we have different Boolean operations here. So let's add an hour test and see if we can get rid of this duplication by just implementing an hour requirement. I will say that an hour requirement could be like 15 for having concatenation of X and V, and it fails. Great. So what can I do now? I hope maybe this works. This is nice. Like you add one small test and you just change operator and it just works. Cool. Can we do something about this duplication? I think we have to. And what I will do very similar thing that I did in tests, but it's completely different meaning. I will introduce rules abstraction in this code. So let's have rules. I don't know how it spells. Like this? Okay, we can have like okay, so my rules are, what do I have here? I also, do you remember I skipped 9? So this is the same case as with 4. We should not forget to implement it. So if we have 5, it should be 5. If I have, oh, I care about the order. If I have 10, I have X. And okay. And now what I will do, I will take my rules and do the same loop. Oh, no, not for. For is too advanced. For each. Okay, that's case, and I want to destructure our rule, and that rule contains I cannot use Arabic anymore. Failure of naming. Big, let's say number. I'm really good at coming quick with stupid names. Okay, so what can I do? I will use this, and I will do that. By the way, do you feel that we are getting rid of those constants without introducing constants? Like constant abstraction, without giving name to a constant. So maybe you saved something here. Now I need to do Arabic number, and Roman numeral, and expect it works. It still works. Fascinating. Okay, let's not forget to deal with 9. Let's not forget. Actually, I never do this in my source code. What you need to do, you should take a paper and put all the things that you like you cannot do it at once. This is how like all those TDD school teachers teach you. So I think it's better because when you have like something like this, you're biased on the specific test. You should be biased on what functionality is missing in your code. So don't do like this. Like if you add to do, write it in some different form than the actual test. Okay. So what's next? 20. I need to finally close the loop. I don't have anything like easier, like I just need to start repeating the same thing. Okay, it doesn't work. What can we do here? We need to repeat. Okay, I will do this. And let's see if it works. It works. This is important thing. If you follow TDD rigorously, there are multiple transformation rules that you can apply on the go. For example, you should know that if is just a generic version of while. So, and this comes from, it's actually not, it doesn't come from transformation priority premise, but it comes, what I really like about transformation priority premise is that it contains a list of transformations and they are in the same place. Like you don't have to read a lot of books. I'm actually not following all of them in precise order, but it's a good thing to know and maybe it will work for you. It didn't work in some cases for me, so I'm just trying to pick something what works in some case and something what doesn't work in some case. This was invented by Uncle Bob. Okay, something is... and important thing, the more tests you add, those tests become really specific and your code becomes more generic. And transformation from if to while made our code more generic. So this is the important takeaway. If you apply TDD rigorously, you will get really good generic code. It's not good yet, by the way. Okay, so I feel that I kind of nailed a lot of easy requirements, and I need to go to for case. What do I do then? It's a scary moment. I remember when I did this kata without tests, for case just completely ruined my implementation. So let's do it like this as we were and see if it works. It doesn't. What I will do, I will add for here and naively will expect it to pass. And let's see what it does. Oh, it works. Cool. So you see, I delayed implementation of complex rule and almost got it for free. Because as you implement smaller things, it will implement a lot of code base, which later will support implementation of complex one. So it's sometimes good to procrastinate. So just leave it for tomorrow. Maybe you'll not need it. Agile principle number 1. You ain't gonna need it. Okay, now we need to do the same with 9, but you already seen implementation, so it should be very easy. Okay, so we care about the order. So that's 9 is this thing. I actually should learn Roman numerals myself before going to speak about them. And it. Oh, I didn't run failing test. So never do like this. This is worst practices in front of you. Okay, so it works. We see that it converts nice. Now I feel that I kind of have full algorithm implemented. The only thing which is missing that I don't have configuration. This part is like configuration to the algorithm. I don't have rest of the numbers configured, but I think they will follow the same path. So what we can do now, we can maybe think of refactoring. Yay, refactoring time. Okay, so what can we do here? First of all, I want to maybe remove some of mutable state. So what can we do here is say that, okay, we have result. Oh, remember this part? We forgot it. You know why? Because it was a wrong abstraction introduced too early. I told you, string multiplication by integer. What is that? So let's get rid of it. First of all, before I break this one, let's get rid of it. and it will return result, and it should fail now because I'm refactoring. And what should I do? I should say, okay, that's a regular rule. Great. So introducing abstractions too early will lead you to a big mess. So think before, all those imperative statements are really low in abstraction at this point. So they don't force you to do something which is like somewhere declaratively different. Okay, I want to map, and I want to map to something. What is our result? I will have another result here. I will move mutable thing inside, and it will be something like this. Or maybe I can do even something simpler. What it actually does, it checks how many times it fits into a number, like how many times Arabic number fits into remainder. So what is that? It's let's call it times. I'm good at names, so remainder, div, Arabic number. It should be how much times do we have, and then what we need to do, we need to change result. We need to change, remainder. We should say something like this. And what we need to do, we need to say, okay, I have Roman numeral, multiply it by times. It's again this abstraction, but I think in this place this abstraction is perfectly fine because we have a working algorithm and we just want to add more clarity to it. And what I will do, I will make a string out of this, and I will expect that this, by the way, the last statement in Scala is implicit return statement, so you don't need to specify return statement. So what this does, first of all, let's see if it works. Oh, it passed. So we got rid of one mutable variable, but what's left, it still contains remainder. And the problem with that is that we have a couple of mutable states that we need to maintain to calculate result. And for this, we could use fold, for example, if you're a functional programmer. Because we definitely are not going to leave it as this. If you're a functional programmer, mutable state hurts, and you don't want anyone to see this code if you have written. So what we can do, we can use fold, but fold is or reduce, but that's so complicated because we need to maintain multiple states before each loop is happening. So what I can do in functional programming is I can use recursion with accumulation. And accumulation is needed for a simple reason, because I need to have tail call optimization, and tail call optimization is very important because it solves that problem that if you have a really deep nesting in recursion, you will exhaust your stack. And to solve this, if you have tail call optimization, the last call to recursion is always at the end of your function, and this way compiler can rewrite it to something which just is loop. So you write a recursion, but compiler thinks this is like, it can transform it to while loop or some other loop which doesn't use stack. So what can we do? Because we don't have enough time, I will use cheats. This is very good. I will take this horrible code. That's a lot. Oops. I will have this one, and I will basically first of all I will get rid of remainder, and I'm copy pasting, and I will explain it to you. First of all, we have tail rec annotation, which tells if your code can be optimized. It doesn't guarantee that compiler will do that, but at least we know that this code is fine to be optimized. This is very big code, and you see that going from imperative sometimes to declarative style or functional style it may be much harder to grasp what's going on, especially if you have accumulation, which is here like a result, or you have recursion. So this is a hard concept to grasp. It's okay if you're a functional programmer and all the team knows about it, but if you don't, you should think twice if you want to go to this way, because you remember the previous solution was even more concise compared to this one. And with this, I want you to basically I want you to leave with the thought that think before going one on our way, and I want to say that some biases that we have are basically leading us to some or another implementation, and to early introducing abstraction will cause you to have maybe different implementation, and sometimes that implementation is like doing too much. And I forgot one important part. We didn't finish algorithm, so I'm going to do it. I also have a cheat for that. So first of all, I will do it at once, because that's only configuration. I already have a stable code. I will add rest of the rules as a one step. So you don't need to ping pong. I usually don't do this because I know that I'm not going to change my code. I just need to configure my system. So this is one thing. So I need to add tests. Okay. And you'll see why. I'm adding tests. It's very easy to make us. It doesn't compile. Oh. Okay, what doesn't compile? Aha, line 25. I need something like this, huh? Loop rules. It's probably not that important at this stage, because I have only 3 minutes left. So I want to go to question part. And important thing that I didn't finish, that if you are configuring your implementation, you don't have to do tests like one by one for each small addition. You can just you can add that configuration to your tests, and see tests fail. They will say exactly that you have this missing, and you can easily add it to your implementation. And this should work. Like copy pasting never works. That's also on our lesson. So thank you, and question time.
Does anyone have questions? When at Scala, when we always have like a lot of questions.
You can ask it how to do it in JavaScript.
You mentioned that you need to make things on the paper. Just
yes.
Could you elaborate a bit more? What do you mean?
If you put some comments in your code, you already think at that point that, okay, I need a test for which converts to like IV. It may turn out that you don't need exactly this configuration in the test, exactly this test. You may need some requirement which fulfills that. Maybe you will add another test that solves that. So on the paper, you just have a different way to express your thoughts, and maybe you just have a note that, okay, I need to solve some issue, but this issue doesn't exactly need to map to a test. And sometimes it's a good practice that you just make a note and you don't comment your code or something. So it's your choice if you go one on our way, but I find that if I put notes on the paper, it leads usually to better thinking. Like, I'm not biased in the code that I need to add a test. I'm biased from the notes that I need to add a requirement.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Okay, so no more questions.
Just catch me after, like, I really like to talk about many things, so if you're for some. I know that people come after this talk to me and say something that they are like maybe afraid to talk about in public. So.
Okay, so give a round of applause for our speaker.
Thank you.
A small gift to remember the conference.
Thank you.
And I want to remind you one small thing. Don't forget to fill in feedback forms. So if anyone have tried to scan the QR code and it didn't work, it works now. So we fixed that. Agility at its best. The link should work too, and there is also Visma event app, which was created by students, if I remember correctly, during like internship period. So you can try that and download it from Android App Store.
Sounds like working. Is it better now? Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we are going to have our second presentation in this hall, and our second presenter will be Wacław from Poland, I presume? From there?
Well, I'm Polish, but I work in Copenhagen.
Ah, okay, so an international personality. Okay, so please sit, and I think we can begin.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Today I'll be speaking about so-called Agile data science. It's actually a term that I just learned about. Here's a very short outline of the talk. I will focus on what Agile data science is or may be, and what Agile data science is not, more like with examples. What I think does not belong to Agile data science, and it's not based on some sort of textbook knowledge, well-developed practices, and so on. It's more my personal opinions, views based on experience. I've been working with data for quite some time now. It's been like 15 years, more or less, in various scenarios, both in academia and in the industry. As a data scientist, as a lead data scientist, but I also have experience working in the software engineering industry or software engineering roles as a senior software engineer, including high-profile companies like Yahoo, for example, where we do use agile techniques. And now I see these two different worlds: agile software development, but software development having really nothing to do with what data science is. Of course, software that handles data in some way. It can be big data, so huge amounts of data that are thrown from place to place, but they are not analyzed, so it's not data science. And on the other, data science, where we look at the data, but don't really develop production quality software. And these are two different worlds, and suddenly they come to, let's say, not collision, but it might be a collision, so there is some sort of overlap. And let's try to discuss, investigate where it is. And as I said, I haven't heard the term Agile data science before this conference. I was asked to come and talk to you about Agile data science, so I started to investigate. And what you do if you are supposed to talk about something which you might have good ideas about, but you haven't heard the term, well, you just jump into Google and you search for these things and you collect stuff and you revise your slides. So this is kind of like agile way of researching on the topic, which might be seen as an agile data science. And let's see at some numbers. When I started researching on this, it turns out that, of course, agile, which has been out there for decades, right? So we were talking about agile in 80s, in 90s, in later. So there's a lot of hits. Actually, I was surprised that the number of hits is that low, so just around 80 million hits on Google. Data science, which has a growing trend, and I will show it to you in a second as well, is on the same order of popularity in Google searches, but slightly less actually. So it's just around 10 million hits or 13 million hits. Now, when you look for Agile data science, it's just 20,000 hits, which is very little. And what it tells me is that this term is not really in popular use. So it's a new concept, and it's new because, again, these two worlds are kind of still pretty much separate. There's, of course, a very increasing trend on using data, like you think Facebook, you think Google, all those companies that shout about big data, and now also machine learning with big data and so on. But how agile it is, what does it mean to be agile in this world? Let's try to see. Looking first at Agile, since you are at the Agile Tour conference, I presume that you all have either some notion of Agile development, or you actually are pretty experienced with it. You're experts. We are not going to touch specific Agile methodologies like Scrum, Kanban, and so on, because the details are not so interesting. It's about the concepts. And well, Agile is about, some people say Agile is about the speed of development, speed of delivery. But it's not just the speed, really. It's not how quickly you can deliver something from the start to the end. It's about how quickly you can change the direction, if need be, because of business needs, because of budget needs, budget cuts, for example, because your data, in the case of data science, does not show the patterns that you would like to see, that you suppose there are in the data, so you don't want to invest too much time in going one direction. So that's agility. It's about moving across the field in short steps and changing the direction, adapting the direction as needed. And that's kind of a problem in traditional data science. If you worked at the academia, you know that typically you make a plan, you want to investigate a problem, you want to write an article, and from the start to the end, it's more or less straight path. Of course, you can have some obstacles, and you may to rediscuss the approaches, you may to rediscuss, especially if you have collaborators, what sort of experiments they should do to add more data to you, to your analysis, but still, it's more of a waterfall, actually, way of doing things. And now these people who work in academia, they come to a company and they are supposed to do things in the agile way. And it's very difficult because they don't think this way. You need to teach them, you need to convince them that you're not working towards a paper, you're not accumulating lots of insight that you will publish. You need something now. You need something within 2 weeks, not as a ready-to-ship product, because that can be very difficult with data science, with database projects. But you need something just even for internal marketing to show that your team is doing something. Your team is actually working and delivering even in small iterations. And from my experience, both on the side of a data scientist, so bench person who is actually doing the data analysis, and a manager. I manage a team of data scientists and software engineers right now. And it's very difficult to change the mindset, both yourself and your people. So in Agile, we are typically focused on short iterations, delivering some sort of prototypes, MVPs, minimal value products that are not optimal, that are not necessarily fulfilling all the requirements, but can already be used in some way, can already be either pushed to production or pre-production and improved iteratively. In data science, typically the thinking is, well, I need to read more, I need to get this article, that article, experiment a little bit. So on the way, it's difficult to show, well, maybe it's easier to show progress of the work, but it's difficult to show production, delivery. And I was looking at the trends of Agile. It's, as we know, this sort of approach methodology has been out there for almost for ages in the internet sort of scale of things. What is interesting is, well, there is a little bit of a growing trend in popularity, but what is interesting is that just before Christmas, people stopped being interested in Agile for whatever reason. It might need to be investigated in some way, but if we look at what happens with data science, well, we see the trend is growing, actually. It's a different slope here. So from a couple of years ago, with the popularity of data science, searches for data science, for what data science is, grew by, let's say, 4 times, more or less, because we have 100% here and 25% here, so it's 4 times growth in interest. And we do have some of the Christmas effect here. But what is more interesting is actually this annual trend of bump in popularity after vacation, which you can see here. There's a bump, but in the recent years, the bump is here and then the trend stays, which says it probably is connected to students, to people who either join the academia to learn about data science, or people who leave the academia and want to start a job in data science, so they search for data science jobs. And that's why we have those keys with data science. So this kind of role, a data scientist, is becoming a very popular, it's called the sexiest job of the 21st century. The problem is, again, that people who leave academia with some knowledge, experience in data science, they don't work the way agile teams in companies do. And I can see it. That's the way I was thinking when I left academia and went for the corporate life, or maybe more like startup life, but at least in the industry. So you see a long-term road towards a publication or some sort of scientific results. But when you come to the industry, that's not what you want. You need to deliver very quickly, and you are not interested in, or at least in, let's say, small to medium-sized companies, you're not interested in some stellar scientific result, something that will blow off scientists. You're interested in something that will immediately improve your business. And it can be something very simple, and we'll be looking at some examples of discussions with data scientists that I had. Data science itself, I bet you're somehow familiar with what data science is. There is some confusion between data science, data engineering, data analytics or business analytics, and I will come back to this a little bit more when I discuss the structure of a typical data science team or an ideal data science team. But in general, well, data science is about looking at the data, so getting the data, transforming it in a way that helps running experiments on the data, that helps doing statistics on the data, that helps feeding the data into your favorite machine learning tool, for example. So there's lots of things that you do with the data before you actually analyze it or look for insights. And then it's exploratory data analysis, where you look at the data. It's essentially like staring at the data. And it was, of course, it was much more feasible in the old times, where your data consisted of a table with, say, 50 rows and 50 columns. Now the data is really massive, so it's very difficult to stare at the data. But you use different data reduction and visualization techniques to be still able to see with your naked eye, without any algorithmic insight first, to see what might be there in the data. So some sort of manual hunt for information, for insight in the data. And then you decide how you want to analyze the data so that you have results that are not based on intuition, on how the wind blows, but on actual numbers, hypothesis testing, for example, and other indicators of how your model may or may not perform. So you start building models. That's typical for predictive analytics, where you have some bunch of data, typically some historical data of something that happened, let's say, in the past month or the past year, and then you decide on the form of the model. You run the data through either some statistic inference process, or you apply a machine learning tool, which in some way, either analytically or iteratively, goes through the data and estimates, optimizes parameters in some sort of formula that then, after the learning phase, can be used to predict the future, to predict the outcome in general for some unknown input, or input that is not used for learning. And of course, there's a lot of quality checking for the models. So it's not just to run your favorite learning algorithm and claim, well, I have learned a model, I can use it now. You also need to check whether the model is valid. You use different techniques to validate it against unseen data to make sure you're not doing something like overfitting, for example, so you have a model that is perfect for your training data but has nothing to say about data it hasn't seen thus far. Visualization and so on and so on. So more or less, data science is about getting insight from the data. That's the short summary. And there's a lot of different skills that a data scientist needs to have, and more generally, a data science team needs to have. And one of the main points that I would like to make at this presentation is that it's not really about a data scientist as a single role, and not meaning just one person, but as a single role. So you can have 3 data scientists, but if they are all more or less within the realm of data science, it's still a team that might not deliver in the agile way, because we need a lot of surrounding skills in software engineering, for example. My experience with data scientists is that typically they can do some coding. They may be pretty good at, say, using an IPython notebook or R, which provides a lot of libraries for analyzing data, for doing machine learning and so on, but it will never be close to production quality code. So when we think agile, when we think about being able to develop minimal value products quickly, a data scientist alone, unless you are very lucky and get a person that has a lot of experience in both software engineering and data science, a data scientist alone will not deliver in the agile way. That's my experience, and I think this is one of the major points that I would like to share with you, so that when you think about having a data science team in your companies, don't get into the trap of hiring a data scientist and thinking he will do everything by himself. That's just infeasible in absolutely most cases. It is said that a data scientist is a better statistician than most programmers, and a better programmer than most statisticians. And it might be true. The problem with this is that a data scientist is also a worse programmer than most programmers, and a worse statistician than most statisticians. And I say it directly from my experience. I worked in a relatively small data science team at Yahoo, and we had a statistician, a proper statistician, and we had a proper software engineer, and then we had myself. I had no idea who I am, because I was way worse than the statistician, and I was way worse than the programmer, and I was perfectly in between them, but I was neither of them. And together we were able to play very nicely in quickly developing a pipeline for feeding data from our search engine to the grid, and then running massive analysis on the grid, which I think would be kind of difficult if there were 3 of me instead, because we would have too little software engineering support. I can do a lot of programming, but I'm not a proper software engineer. And we would have too little of statistics support. I can do analysis, I can run stuff in R, I can do modeling, I can use different, let's say, Java-based machine learning frameworks or C++-based machine learning frameworks and so on, but that's still not the deep statistical insight that is sometimes needed to really provide an optimal product. But again, you don't necessarily want an optimal product right from the start. You want something of minimal value to be visible to the stakeholders, so that they don't cut on the team because the team is not delivering. So a proper data scientist will usually work more like long term. It may take months before you get some delivery. And to speed it up, that's one of my arguments, to speed it up, you really need to combine the team with proper software engineering. So a little bit about what agile data science is or might be in my view, in my feelings. It's about the delivery. Of course, it's like in agile, we want to be quick in iterations and deliver stuff on the way. So it's about delivery of insight, predictions efficiently. And this efficiency comes not just from the data science insight or statistical insight. This delivery comes also from being able to quickly hack up, and I'm saying hack up in the sense of build something that can be presented as software, but of course ideally it would not be hacked, it would be properly engineered. But my argument is that we do need to efficiently deliver in short iterations, and that's why we need support from the software engineering. And that's also why we need to very often, or most often, start with what is already available to us. So libraries that provide functionality for statistics, for learning, machine learning, and so on, and the simplest models possible that are reasonable to start with. I make this argument later when discuss some of the feedback that I get from data scientists, which I will mention in a moment. And to do agile data science, what is also important is that you have the right infrastructure or some efficient infrastructure in place. So a data science team by itself will not be able to build something like this very, very quickly. You need a lot of software engineers to provide it, and a data scientist, together with a statistician and a software engineer who will help with, say, like coding in Scala, Spark, and so on, they will typically sit somewhere here between the data that is delivered and between back delivery of the results. So at the place where data is analyzed, this is one particular architecture. It's obviously just an example, so you don't have to have it this way. It doesn't have to be like this is optimized for streaming. You still may want to use it in a batch mode. It doesn't matter. These are details. But the point is that you will want to have an infrastructure, proper infrastructure to feed the data, pipeline the data, to have the storage for the data, to have the processing power for the data, so that the data science team can just focus on developing the algorithms. So looking at the data and developing maybe production quality code, but the production quality code they develop will be somewhere here and not the overall framework. Otherwise, it will again take ages, and to be quick, you need them to focus on the data science part, but also have a lot of support from the rest of the company. And this is often actually a bottleneck, and I experience it now. We are working with this at Adform, and I experienced it also at Yahoo, where we had collaborations. I worked in Norway, but we had collaborations in the US, and we had to use their stuff to run data on run analysis on the grid. We had to use their stuff to actually transfer the data from one place to another on some sort of data highway. And without proper support, things just go stale. So you can have fantastic insight into the data, but you're not able to deploy anything because it takes ages. So this, for your data science to be agile, you need to have the infrastructure and people who help you to run your stuff on this infrastructure efficiently. And here's a distinction that you will find people talking about, and I'd like to find some balance between the positions, like data engineer, data analyst, data scientist. This is a little bit of my own view, and of course not everybody will agree with this, but in principle, so the data scientist is the person that we're talking about. So it's a person who takes data as input and develops insight into what the data might be, what the data might provide, builds models that somehow correspond, idealize the domain, and can be used then to get particular results from new data in the future. And so data scientist essentially works with getting insight from the data. And the delivery is models, broadly speaking. So it can be in the form of software, it can be in the form of report with formulas, for example, which say how to compute results given data. But the core is insight. Now, this obviously has to be run now that we are scaling up and entering, or having entered already, the big data world. So this needs to be done efficiently. It needs to be implemented with reliability, low latency, high throughput, and whatnot. And typical data scientists will not have the skills and experience to implement the models that way. Again, you may find such people, but it is difficult. I have the team in Copenhagen who will code with Python and those different libraries like pandas for numerical computing, and scikit-learn for machine learning. We have people who can do coding in R with different libraries, but it will never, ever be production quality. We actually did have some R code running in production, but that's extreme hackery and it's very error prone, and you're never advised to do it like that. So we need people who can implement these models in a proper way, and people who can take care of building a pipeline for the data from the original data, raw data that arrives from the customers, internal or external, doesn't matter. So the data that arrives has to be fluently, smoothly transferred, processed, pre-processed, stored, aggregated before the data scientist can access it and work with it. And of course we can discuss whether the data scientist should be responsible for getting the data from the databases, or is the data engineer's role. There is some fuzziness and overlap, but in principle working with the data itself, not getting insight, but the data, taking care of the data, where it is, how it is stored, how it is structured, and so on, will be more of the data engineer role. And then to actually present insights for some particular data set. So say we have data that we work on, the data scientist is looking for insights, getting his mind around the models and producing some models. And now those models, of course, are not produced just because someone wants a model, but they are produced because someone wants to use this model to get insight into a particular scenario from a customer. We have this data and we want to predict something, or we have this data, we want to find, let's say, outliers, we want to look for problems, we want to segment the data, and so on, and visualize to the customer to be able to claim, well, you need to pay more to us because then we will help you achieve better results. And that typically would be a role for a data analyst who does not so much of a scientific mindset, but more of applicative, let's say, mindset. So the data analyst will take the data, the models, the framework built by the data scientist, will apply this to the data and produce particular results, numbers, plots, graphs, and so on, that can go out to the customer. And the data analyst will also ideally have some more understanding of the business. Of course, this is a very rough distinction. In small companies, you will have the data scientist, or whatever you call this person, doing most of these tasks, but then you run the risk that it won't be agile. Because typically this person will be lacking at some of the skills of the other roles that you would ideally fill with people skilled right there. And that's also what we experience right now, is that like proper data engineer support is essential for agile work of the data science. We had problems like data scientists almost getting on idle because they can't get the right data they need for the analysis. We know what we want to achieve. We have a roadmap of tasks to reach, to complete. We have the right expertise in the business. We have the right expertise in data analysis, building a recommender system, for example, or building a forecast, time series forecast. We have all this, but they are idle because the data is not there. Well, the data is somewhere there. The data is in the systems, but then it's in Kafka, it's in Redis, it's in Vertica, it's in this and that. And a data scientist can jump into it and spend some time on installing the right drivers and learning how to query the sets and so on. But it won't work very well. It won't be agile. And just some quick examples before we go into the question sessions of things that I don't consider proper agile data science. So, for example, on my laptop, the results were better. You never refer to your particular machine or your particular system and so on. The results, if you build a model, the model has to be deployable easily on a cluster, this cluster, that cluster, and it has to repeat the same analysis and give the same results. Of course, some things are random, but then we take care as much as possible about randomness. The code runs successfully in PyCharm? No, sorry. We don't run code through PyCharm. You can do it on your laptop when you experiment, but the code again has to be wrapped in a proper build system so that it's easy to say something like Maven compile, install, or SBT, or Gradle, or whatever else you use. Change some parameter in some line of the script. This is, again, unacceptable because just going through the script through, say, a couple hundred lines and trying to find where this parameter is set, how do I change it? It takes time, it takes effort, and it's not agile. So you have to construct the software again properly so that everything that is changeable in principle should be easily changeable. There should be a proper API for using the models, proper interface with documentation. Another issue is like proper versioning of both the external libraries that you use and the code that you build. And again, I find that people working with data science that come from academic background, they just don't have a sense for it. Well, they maybe use Git because they need to send their code somewhere, so it's not just on their laptop, and when the laptop crashes, the code is no longer anywhere. But it's usually just linear commits, and it does not, again, give you a proper versioning, a proper review process, and so on. It's one thing that you need to teach people a lot. It makes no sense to try linear regression. Well, yes, it does. Not always, of course. Not. You can't solve everything with linear regression. Linear regression is one of the simplest approaches to build a model. But often, yes, you can, even if the model will be lame, it will be very inaccurate, too simplistic, it often is, but at least you can show progress. So that's kind of a little bit of marketing as well. As a data scientist, you may not like using linear regression because you know this is bullshit, but it may not be completely bullshit. It still allows you to provide some predictions which are acceptable. You know you can do better, but you can do better later. But now you just use linear regression and you deliver something. I can tell you how to feed the model. Again, this is about interfacing and documentation and so on. So this is also agile. You need to be able to change things on the way. You need to have the previous steps properly documented so that you can always come back and reevaluate how we did it, why we did it. Oh, well, no, I need to read this 500 lines of code to first understand what I was doing 3 weeks ago. Recompiling LaTeX reports, yes. Well, now time for questions.
Anyone? Scala, now data science.
So, is data scientist's role or projects or delivers or something in this role is very dependent from the industry or content from where data originates, or it doesn't matter at all and you only look at the data? Maybe you can give examples.
So the question is whether the role of a data scientist, who the data scientist should be, depends on the industry, kind of. That's the question, or
The process itself, maybe, I don't know, something in this project, maybe assembling the team or the models. Is it easy to apply, let's say, the same model from one industry to another client?
so I guess obviously the what the team should be will depend on the industry, will depend also on the company size. I think this will be the major factor, actually, the size of the company, whether you can afford to have a multiple competence team, or you just need a one person data science team to do most of the stuff, whether you have a very complicated system where lots of different flavors of data are stored and you need more people to be able to handle it and support, or whether it's pretty simple, you have one sort of data, like, say, I don't know, web data on clicks and so on, and it's very simple, and you can again handle it with just one person understanding both the business, what you want to achieve business wise, what the structure of the data is, where it is stored, and build a simple model, and then just one data scientist can handle it, obviously. I would say that's the major criterion, is the size and variety of data. So it's like the 3 V's of big data, right? One of them is the variety. So the volume is about scaling, velocity is again about latencies and so on, but the major criterion would be variety. So how many different types of data you need to handle, and then you have one person, or you scale up the team.
Anyone else?
I have a question about BI. When I look at your presentation, you divide that agile team of data science should be from how to say, one more programmer, one more analyst, and scientist. I'm working in BI. I'm BI
Which is
developer.
business intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually working all this stuff. We are programming, transferring data, analyzing how it should be stored, how it should be delivered. So my question is, is there possible to work agile in BI?
It's a good question, but I'm not sure if it's a question to me, because I don't work in BI. I have actually little to do with BI. I don't have the proper understanding of what BI is to answer this sort of question. Does it make sense to you? So I'm honestly, I'm more of a technical person, interested in software engineering and data science, and BI is kind of like using data science, but very concretely to analyze.
Yeah, it's just like simple reporting.
Yeah. Well, simple reporting is essentially, once you have all the pipelines in place, it's hardly to do anything with data science proper, right? It's just summarizing the data in a way. Is it?
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
I'm not sure I answered your question. As I say, I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that.
I could kind of get into that question because I also work
Good.
at platform, and basically our business intelligence guys use the same data as data science guys. Well, data science used more raw data than business intelligence guys, and we were working in agile fashion, basically in sprints and small steps. So yeah, it's possible to do that, but once again you need a good layer of engineers underneath all that, so that you could get that data fast enough and don't crash the system when you take a lot of data and do all that. So yeah, it's possible, but you need developers. You just can't go around that. Okay, so
You may not need them on your data analysis team, but you still need them somewhere in the company as a service.
Yeah, because the data comes from some technology, let's say Vertica, and you still need those guys to kind of get you the data from that source in some cases. So do we have any more questions?
How many of you actually work anywhere close to data or data science, data analysis? Okay. So it's a relatively new field to you. You want to introduce data science, you want to be more data-based in your work. That's kind of what happens with a lot of companies, is now transfer to database decisions. So sooner or later you're going to see someone calling themselves data scientist at work and then doing some exotic stuff, reading research papers and not producing anything.
Okay, so let's give a round of applause for our presenter. A small gift to remember the occasion. And I would like you to leave the feedback if you can, because, well, feedback is essential for Agile. Let's practice what we preach. And we will meet after lunch.
Ne, man nereikia įsitraukti kartelę. Tiesiog kamera neveiks. Tai pagal tam priimus tą kompą, tada pas paskaidrės. Nu da, vis tiek dabar turim laiką iki trečių, laiką dar turim. Iki 2, 2 valandos.
komandos susitikimas, man būtų tikrai įdomu išgirsti, ką jie kalba, bet aš manau, kad aš žinau, kad aš nepereisiu. Aš nusprendžiau, kad aš dabar artimiausiu metu, kad jie ketinu keisti darbuotojus, tarkim, iki naujų metų tikrai. Tai aš tiesiog manau, kad tai būtų šiek tiek visų laiko, kaip čia, netausojimas. Aš neturiu, man tikrai patiko ir komanda patiko ir tas produktas jų patiko ir aš turėjau idėjų, ką galima toliau daryti savo produktą. Tai visiškai nebuvo bėdos. Ir su ta mintim aš per atostogas dar pagalvojau, kad buvo tokia viena idėja man, viena veikėja iš mano darbo, jinai ne vieną kartą buvo užsiminus, kad jai jau metas išeiti iš forumo. Jinai gan atvirai tą pasakė ir gan nemažai žmonių ir jinai gal kadangi man patiko ta vieta, tai aš galiu gal kažkaip, nežinau, duoti jos kontaktus ar kaip, nes aš tiesiog savęs dar ten nematau, bet jeigu jinai jau pasiruošus, tai tada gal galima taip kažkaip daryti, jeigu įdomu pakalbinti.
Vienas, vienas.
Gerai, reik pagarsinti.
Ką, nežinai kuris? Nu, nu, u. Vienas, 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 vienas. Vienas, 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 vienas. Vienas, vienas, vienas. Vienas, 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 vienas. Vienas, vienas, vienas. Vienas, vienas, vienas. O tu visus jau išbandei? Tai išbandyk kitą, nes tas, kuris būdai neveikia. Vienas, 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 vienas. Ai, pofik. Paliek. Vienas, vienas.
Pas tave nebuvo daug žmonių, kad tu čia nesusėdė.
čia pasiėmėt kokį kėdę viską. Jie patogiau pasidėti.
Aukštas susišaudė. Ai, tas, nu, jo.
Praeitą tą vėlgi didesnį.
O tu išrašyt sąskaitą?
Ne, sakai, tu išrašysi.
Ne, aš ne apie tai galvoju. Koks puslapis?
Jo.
Gerai, paimsiu.
Apsirėdė man Simą, savo pamiršęs.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Okay. Are you copied? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Again? Yeah. It's
Okay, so I think we can slowly move to the presentation. Take notice from the organizer, last minute guy. Okay, so how was your lunch? Have anyone eaten kebab? No? I personally went to IKEA to eat some meatballs. So yeah, that was something. Good. So we have our next presentation from Matteo. So without further ado, let's begin.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Hi everybody. Welcome to this afternoon session, and thanks for being here to my presentation. How are you doing? Is everything okay? Are you having fun? I hope so. No? It's a nice event. It's my first time in Lithuania. I discovered the venue in the city of Vilnius. It's really nice. So I am Matteo. I am Italian. I am currently living in Paris and working for PayPal as senior manager international quality engineering. A couple of more things about this talk before starting. The major topic is about globalization in the software development life cycle. So we will cover the major, let's say, tech aspects that you should do to ensure globalization readiness to your product. And I will share with you some of the points I introduced in PayPal that allowed us to release our new PayPal application on last February on 28 markets in one shot. This is mainly the talk. I will show you some examples, especially the beginning of what global first can means, and we will do some analysis of the websites. The level of these talks is mainly an intermediate one. So if you are a beginner, maybe it's a little bit too advanced for you. If you are an advanced in topics like internationalization and globalization, maybe it is too easy, all right? And it should take more or less half hour, so we have time for question and answer after the talk, all right? So global first, no? To be or not to be, that's the question. I can share with you my personal view now, but it's not the goal, no? The goal for me is giving you the most possible information to put you in the best position at the end of this talk to answer to this question by your own concerning on your business. For sure, if you are having a very local product, doesn't make too much sense to have a global first approach. It can be a waste of time and money, no? But before starting talking about global first, I'd like to talk a little bit about mobile first. Mobile first, no? What does it mean, mobile first? Basically, you are mobile first if you are starting from the conception of your product, thinking on ensuring a best-in-class experience to your customers when they're using your product in a smartphone. Why I'm talking about mobile first in a global first talk, no? It's weird, but that's why, mainly because I am constantly bombarded with this topic of mobile first at the office. It's like this all the time. When I'm hanging out with friends, it's the same. When I'm meeting other people, it's constantly the same. And then but wait, we are in 2016, no? Mobile first was innovative 7-8 years ago. Now it should be given for granted, at least in my opinion. But in any case, I want to reinforce this point. That's why I want to show you this slide. No? This is showing to me very clearly the importance of being mobile first in a market. Here we have the number of transactions per country made by mobile. As you can see, in Japan, you have 50% of transactions in e-commerce which are made by mobile. In United Kingdom and South Korea, at least the 40%. And if we compare from Q4 2014 to Q4 2015, we may say that we basically doubled the number of countries that we have here, which are reaching out the 35% of transactions in e-commerce, no? What does it mean? This is, telling us very clearly that if you are not having a very mobile approach in 2016 from the very beginning, you are basically risking to lose an important market share, especially on these countries, no? In the next slide, I want to show you basically the top 10 economies that we have in the world in 2010 and the prediction for 2020 and 2040. As we can see, comparing 2010 and 2040, we have quite a lot of changes, no? We have France, Italy, and Canada, which moved out, replaced by Nigeria, Russia, and Indonesia. We have Japan that moved from the 3rd place to the 8th one, and we have India moving from the 9th to the 2nd. Of course, these are predictions, but what does it mean? It means that if you are working, in international e-commerce especially, you don't want to wait the 2020 or the 2040 to be on these markets and in other emerging markets. You want to be there as soon as you can. And you want to start, gaining part of the markets there as soon as you can. So this is why it's very important to have a software architecture which is allowing you to scale quickly and easily to several markets without waiting or rebuilding so much, no? To be very aggressive on new markets with your business. The next slide is about the top emerging markets in 2016. Has any of you any idea of which can be the countries on, the next slide. Someone want to try? Let's make it differently. How many of you think that Mauritania is there? Raise your hand. No. Tanzania? No. Bangladesh? No. But Bangladesh and Tanzania are there. See, Colombia, Peru, Kenya, those markets are the top emerging markets in 2016. So same as before, no? You want to be in these markets as soon as you can, before your competitors are there. And you want to start gaining markets there, especially if you're doing e-commerce, and having, a product, as I said, is allowing you to switch on Tanzania tomorrow, of course, with the respecting all the compliance and rules and policy rules that you may have there. It's giving you the possibility to be present there and to start gaining a little bit, the market there. All right. I will start showing you now some websites to talk a little bit more about what's mobile and what's global first. And I will show you the desktop experience and the mobile experience for them. And I'll talk a little bit about that. Right? So let's start with this one. Do you know this? Does anyone, is not sure about what's that website? Okay, this is, Lietuvos Rytas. Is my pronunciation correct? Cool, no? And the team here, and you don't know, but this is basically my favorite basketball team in Lithuania. It's true, because, you had Arvydas Maciauskas and Robertas Javtokas playing for the team, which are among my favorite basketball players. I was a basketball player, so that's why I know these things, no? So this is the web experience. You can see on the top right, you have as language Lithuanian and English, so you don't have so many choices. But can make sense, because basically if you are not the NBA, the basketball is a product which is mainly local and can be, with the English option, you can give, the opportunity to people in the continent or to close countries to see the website, or even, let's say, friends or parents of the American players, no? Let's see how is the mobile experience. It's exactly the same. The good point is that, here you have the Lithuanian and there you have the English experience. The software, let's say, architecture is the same, but it's not mobile first, no? Because I'm on my mobile and I've seen this. To read the content is a little bit tricky. Let's watch this. Zalgiris. I don't like these folks. They won in 1999 the EuroLeague versus Virtus Bologna, my team in Italy. That's why. This is the web experience is pretty much the same. You have English and Lithuanian. If you switch the language, the experience is pretty much the same. Looking to the mobile one, you see, here you have the Lithuanian, there the English, but the content is a lot more readable. You just have to scroll with your thumb. And this is what can be a more mobile-first approach, no? Once you are seeing a website on your smartphone and you can easily read the content and navigate quite well. Let's see now some other websites of, let's say, companies, into brackets, that should have a more international market. Let's see this, no? This is Inter Milan website. Inter Milan is the second team in Milan, because the first one is AC Milan. This should be more international because the ownership of this team is half from Indonesia and half from China. So I was expecting to have at least Indonesian and Chinese in the language top left, and it was the case. We had 6 languages. And if you go through the web experience, it's exactly the same for any language. But let's see the mobile one. On the left, you have English. In the middle, Indonesia. On the right, Japanese. In the 2 on the left, you can see exactly the same experience that we had for Lietuvos Rytas. Not a very much mobile-friendly experience, but the good point is that the software is pretty much the same. It's weird, the case about Japanese, because it's more mobile, but it's completely different. Then if you look at the URL, you can see that it seems they built a second website dedicated to Japanese. And this is, a quite weird strategy. Imagine you are doing this for any language that you have. If you have, let's say, 10 languages, you are spending a lot of money. Let's see now this. The first team in Milan, of course. Even in this case, I was expecting several languages because they are usually doing tournée in Dubai, Japan, China, and so on, and it was the case. Even in this case, the website is pretty much the same for any type of local. Let's look about mobile. You have English and Japanese. The interesting thing about this experience, mobile, is that in mobile I didn't have the chance to have all the languages I had from the desktop experience. For instance, Japanese was not on the mobile. I had a hack. I made a hack on the URL, and I managed to have the Japanese out. But if you see the experience is pretty much the same. No, the katakana language, which is this, is displayed quite well. The layout is pretty much the same. So we can say that we are in a very first, let's say, approach of mobile and global at the same time. Now I want to show you this. This is the Manchester City website. As we can see, we have 13 different languages there. And most interesting, we have even the Arabic there. Why interesting? Because Arabic should be right to left. So we are expecting to have a sort of screen mirroring. It's true. The web experience is basically the same for all the languages. The mobile, I took 3 of the 13. I took Korean, Russian, and Arabic to show you that even in this case, despite here you can have some bug because the content should be completely here, but the experience is quite the same. No, you have the menu on the left, the CJK, Chinese, Japanese, Korean character, which are this one, are displayed very well. Cyrillic is displayed well. Text expansion is managed here. You are going on 2 lines, and the layout is good. This is, let's say, very first case that we have a very global experience because they consider the CJK, the left to right, like Cyrillic, English, Lithuanian, and so on, languages, and languages right to left, like can be Hebrew or Arabic. No, it's even more visible on the home page. On the home page, we have basically the same experience. Everything is displayed properly, and here, even in this case, we can see the screen mirroring with the logo to the right, the menu on the left of the screen. So, looking at this and thinking of having business in international markets, my recommendation is being global first on top of mobile first. Mobile first should be something that have to be mandatory in 2016. Global first is a way to think at the very beginning of the process to ensure you are considering all these points before you start the dev. No? Let's see this more concretely here in the Scrum framework. Are you familiar with that? This is the Scrum framework. Basically, you have the vision, the backlog, the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is defining the things which are going into the sprint, the user stories there, and you will have between 1 and 4 weeks of execution in the sprint. No? If you want to be global first, you have to be global first starting from the vision. You cannot start in being global first from the sprint backlog because you lost time. Probably you didn't think about your software architecture in a proper way, which is allowing you to scale quickly. So what we are doing in PayPal and what I'm suggesting to do even in other companies was to have a software architect, a dev manager, and a quality manager in the vision meetings, working with product, even business units in case, just to understand the complexity of the challenge. and then starting working from the product backlog very closely with user designers and product managers, and involving the team, of course, which will be really doing the execution during the sprint. It's very important, the role of QA here, because it's very important to start the QA, really, the execution of the QA here, in the product backlog, analyzing the requirements, doing static analysis of requirements, static analysis of user interface and user layouts, which is allowing you to spot problems that otherwise you are discovering at the end, which will be, you know, very late in an agile process, which is fast. So what we are basically doing with my team is moving the quality process upstream in product backlog, vision, even before starting the dev, if possible. Let's see with some more practical example how to do it. No? Let's take, for instance, the screenshots that we have seen before. If you want to do static analysis of these two screenshots, usually you can have user designers giving you this, not like this, but similar in mockups. And if you are a QA engineer, we are expecting you, for instance, to spot these things. Here you have basically a whole image in the English menu with Lithuanian content. In this case, you have two options, no? Or you have it like this, or you are translating, you know, you are having an image with the translated content for each country or each locale or language that you are covering with your product. Imagine you are covering 50 languages, you have 50 images with the content every time translated, no? What we recommend is not having content in images, because it can be very expensive. And another thing can be this one, that you have this here, you don't have it for the English. Seems to be an expected result, but these things need to be documented very well in user stories. Otherwise, if imagine you are working with vendors, no? You are giving this to vendors, they don't know, they're just logging bugs because two sections are not displayed, and you are having all this loop in the sprint, which is, you know, making you losing a lot of time. Back and forth is expected behavior, it's not, and so on. Those are important things to spot as early as we can. Let's see another example here with static analysis of UX UI. This is, you know, good and bad things. Good things is here, the text expansion, even for buttons, is managed very well. The content in Arabic is basically the double that you have in Korean. You have dynamical expansion of the user interface controls there. Here you have two buttons, which are, we don't know if useless or not, because in that experience you have plus minus, here you have nothing. So is it normal that you have these two buttons? But it's, you know, question that, you know, as soon as you're making this question to product owners and user designers, the better it is, you know. Cheaper and faster will be your development. We say the problem about, you know, the right to left text that should be completely on the right of the screen. And then about Milan, we have the content which is half in English as in katakana. We don't know if it's a good thing or not. In this case, you know, since I hacked the URL, can be normal. But if you see these things, it's worth to ask a question to your product manager. Is it normal? Are you waiting for translation? And so on. Another very important things to do during the analysis of UX UI is related to design patterns. Here we have some example, no? I took as example the date. You have season 2015, 2016, 15-16 for Milan. Then you have 14th of June 2016, and here you have this format for the time. For Inter, you know, the date format is completely different. For Manchester City is completely different. It is very, very important that you have clear rules for patterns, contents, and formatting before you start the dev. Because if you don't clarify this, you can have really dozens of patterns, and each dev can pick the one that they prefer. And at the end, you are giving a lot of inconsistencies to the experience. And even in this case, the testers are logging bugs against we don't know what, basically. So those are mainly the things that we should do in the UX UI. Best practices are, you know, as I said, stack UI controls, like for the button, to prevent text expansion issues. We can have the text which is very, very longer once you translate it. So this is a good point. Even the dynamical accommodation of the UI for the same reason. And the logic on patterns and contents. My suggestion is, especially at the beginning, keep one form, choose one format, go with that, and then if you have other needs, you know, discuss with the team which can be the other formats that you want to have. Very important, always this here, is the guidelines for text expansion. Basically, text expansion can create, you know, can give us a lot of bugs related to truncations, overlapping, and wrapping. What's truncation? For instance, you have, here is a clear example, no? This is a table that we did. You have tip, the word tip, which is 3 char in English, in French is 9, pourboire, no? So if you put tip in a place on your user interface, which is not allowing to display the word pourboire, or you will display just pour and boire not, or you will display pourboire on top of something else. If it's going on top of something else, it's an overlap. If it's just pour, it's a truncation. If it's going on wrap somewhere, not expecting, you know, it's a text wrapping. Are mainly, you know, user interface content issues that you display in languages here in Europe, like, you know, German, Dutch, Portuguese, and French, where the words are a little bit longer than English. And here's some example, no? Those are, the source of this table is IBM, so you can find it online easily. We added some example about languages, and we made some modification about the number of char and the required expansion. And we are sharing this with content writers and user designers during the vision, to make sure that, you know, their content and the layout is considering these points. Let's see something a little bit more technical. Prevention of spaghetti code anti-pattern. This is a very important point once you are building your code. Basically, what we recommend is to develop from one source of code, so do not fork, because one source of code is allowing you to give the same experience to several countries. And another thing is implementing a structure of code, which is allowing you to easily switch a new feature from, you know, for a country to another one without impacting the other countries, mainly. So I don't know if it's clear, but I have, let's say, my product in 10 markets, and in these 10 markets I have 9 features on 10 features that I have. All of a sudden I say, okay, let's switch the 10th feature to 3 more markets. I can do this easily without impacting the others. And this is very important, because if we don't do this, we need to build each time a new fork with a new language, and it's giving us a lot of problems in terms of scalability and maintainability of the code. And another very good things to do about technical things is the construction of sentences. So what we recommend is to externalize local specific information. Local specific information are mainly currency, numbers, dates, personal names, address patterns, and that's it mainly. So this is a good example. We have one string. Let's help us understand the activity between start date through end date. Start date and end date are so-called content bundles. And you have the output in English and in Japanese, no? You see how in the Japanese, the start date and the end date are mainly at the beginning of the sentence. This is very helpful for languages like, you know, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, or even Spanish sometimes, where the sentence construction is very different to the English one. Let's see how it looks like if it's not externalized. It's like this. This is when it is hard-coded. So mainly you have a string 1, which is help us understand the activity between, a string 2, throw, and then you are composing the message. You know, this composed message usually is called concatenated message, which is giving you concatenation, which is called even fragmentation, which is a typical problem you can have if the local specific information are hard-coded. As you can see, the output in English is exactly the same. The output in Japanese is quite different. See it here? You know, it's completely different. And I don't know if you speak Japanese, but the second one is not good. Yeah. So this is very important. And another thing which can be interesting from a technical point of view is how you handle the local differences, which are, you know, the currency, numbers, dates, and so on. If you don't have clear patterns already on this, what we recommend to do is to adopt Unicode. Unicode is an organization which is taking care of all aspects about software internationalization. It's an open source organization which is even providing metadata that developers can use for this. So let's start using Unicode if you don't have already something. And keep in mind that in Unicode you have several formatting of patterns. So in that case, you have to pick the best one for you. And what we recommend is to pick one which is displayed properly even on mobile. Here I'm showing you a couple of examples. We have this one, which is about date. As you can see here, you have in the first column the country. We have Andorra, Emirate, and so on. The language for the country, and from the third column, those are all possible patterns that you can have for date. So it's an important work that you should do with the user design, content writers, and if you have some regional expert folk, like for instance, if you're going to Japan, you are best to the US, you don't know anything about Japanese. If you have a branch to Tokyo, you can talk to these guys and say, which is the best format for dates, which is the one that is the most used in your country, that can be mobile first and can work at the best for us, no? So you should come with a lot of questions like, which one can I use, which is mobile first, which is the best for my business, and so on. But you see, you have several options. Same for the phone formatting. This is the same. You have basically 4 type, national, international, E164, and the RFC. Even in this case, which is the most customer friendly? Which is the one that I can use if I want to roll out to several markets? One example can be, in input I want to have national, in output I want to have international, so that I have the country code there displayed in case a customer from another country is calling me, and so on. Try to do all these questions to yourself and the rest of your team, and pick the one which is the best for you, and think about being mobile first. Last 2 things for today. One is about automation. Automation is, crucial if you want to go fast in general, so especially in Agile, and especially if you want to go to several markets. You cannot test manually 10 markets in 2 weeks. It's impossible. So you have to automate, and it's necessary to start doing this from the unit test. What we are doing is having a TDD approach. So we start with the testing team writing tests before starting the dev, and we're working very closely with the dev to give this information to them so that they can do similar tests during the unit testing. And what we introduced for the project I was talking about, the PayPal app, was doing a lot of unit tests using even invalid data, so negative testing. This allowed us to prevent a lot of issues very early in the software development life cycle. Of course, it's a big effort at the beginning, but at the end you are having a huge gain on this. And always about automation, automate end-to-end flows. So automation for regression is very important. But what we want to do in parallel of unit testing is automate the key business flows. So in this case, it's important talking with the business, understand which are the key flows for a given country, which are the one for which are specific for the country, and the one which are in common with other countries or not. So you can basically automate blocks and reuse them for this country. Let's say, for instance, this is the login for one country and this is the one for the other one, but this part is the same and this part is the same as well. So these are the two things to let's say change for one country or another. But once you are running the whole end-to-end suite, you are gaining a lot of time because you are not writing 2 times this part or that part. Imagine if you have 25 countries, you are saving a lot of time, basically. And the other one is about pseudo-localization. I don't know if you are familiar with pseudo-localization. This is a testing technique. Basically, you have, once you are in dev, you have a package with, let's say, local, which is English US, for instance, and you are deploying this package on test to have testers testing it, let's say. In this case, you are making a copy of this package and you are applying a script, which is basically changing the content from this to this. This is mainly a good point if your localization process is quite slow, because it's giving you the possibility to check points like fragmentation, hard-coded tests, hard-coded content and text expansion without waiting for the localized content. So for the English US, I have linking your card is as easy as taking a picture. In the pseudo-localized package, my content will be like this. So this is allowing me to read easily the content, but it's quite longer, so I can check the text expansion, and we are using even special characters to see if we can have encoding problems and so on. And pseudo is available even for Asian languages. Basically, you put a kanji and a kana here to make sure that you have no spaces. And for right to left, you just have to put a key, in this case Arabic key, at the end, and the text will be displayed on the other way around, mirroring. And yeah, the benefit of pseudo, as I said, identifying text fragmentation. Fragmentation was the concatenation of strings, as I have shown you before. So for instance, if you have it, you can see clearly a piece of sentence and another piece of sentence with the 2 brackets. You see very easily that the sentence is not in, it has been composed. Not externalized content, the text expansion, as I told you. This is mainly, the importance of pseudo-lock. So I finished, basically. If you have questions, I'm here.
Anyone? Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, tell me.
Let's imagine that you have a scenario where your user is calling an API, and for some reason API has to notify the user that we can do this action because of certain settings, please change your settings, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So would you prefer to return this message from the API localized, or would you do that in UI, let's say in JavaScript?
It's better in JavaScript, because if you have this in several countries and you are having it coming back localized, it means that you have to invest resources to localize this for each country, right? If it's in JavaScript, you have it directly. I answered to your question?
So basically you return the code and then
Yeah.
you go through dictionary.
Yeah.
Is there any scenario where you would like to return data localized from the API? I'm not talking about like the news article, but like some sort of data, like contextual data. Would there be a case for that?
We are not doing this. So we are taking things directly in English, and then we are localizing it if necessary after. I don't know, if your whole system, for instance, it's in another language, and you are handling this from the, you are handling several languages, you can do this. But we are doing this differently. We are getting this in the English, and if in case we localize it. For us, it's easier. You can do the other one.
Anyone else? So let's give a round of applause for our presenter.
Thank you.
A small gift to remember the conference. And I know it's getting a bit obnoxious, but please provide the feedback. And let's meet after the break.
Porą dalykų viskas. Bet
Šiaip tai, aš žinau, bent jau man tai nežiūri retai.
Man kaip?
Nežiūri retai, aš normaliai.
Man tik kažkaip greit.
Aš, jo, bet visai smagu tada. Tai du dalykai liko.
Jo, man kažkaip greičiau negu praeitais metais.
Tai vienas ir kava tiksliau.
Jo, kava. Nu, ką papasakos?
5 minutės, ką baigėsi jau? 5 minutės pertrauka.
Iki be 10. Be 10 minučių.
Dar 10 minučių?
Nu, iki be 10.
A, jis anksčiau baigė?
Jo, anksčiau baigė.
Atsiprašau. 15 minučių bus apibrėžtas.
Tu dabar
Čia dar vėliau, dabar nieko apibrėžtas.
Kitas bus kol apibrėžtas.
Po kito.
Ne.
Ką laiko pasižiūrėjau? Nesupratom. Bet vis tiek 10 minučių. Aš bandau, kaip prisirinkti žmonės, aš galėčiau nusifotkinti.
Ai, tai savo kompoziciją darai. Mikrofas tik girdisi.
Yeah, bet
Thank you. Hi guys. Oh, this is very loud. Let me see. Is that volume okay? Yeah. I'm here to talk about how to build the right thing, how to build the right solution for your customers, for your end users. And since we're at Agile Tour, obviously in an Agile context. My goal, however, today is to challenge some of the typical way of working with Agile. And I see that, in my experience, Agile has some challenges that we have to deal with. My name is Kjartan Nielsen Friis. I'm a Norwegian working in Oslo for Visma. I work as a development manager, responsible for approximately 90 people in 8 countries, working with HRM solutions, new cloud solutions. I'm educated as an industrial designer, which makes me a little bit different from many of my colleagues, and I have maybe a little bit of a different perspective on things. And I'm truly passionate about quality products and quality solutions that are built with some insights into who's actually going to use it at the end. And we'll just let the last guys come in here. Have a seat, guys. I did a better pitch this morning than I thought. Okay, so we're going to build great stuff. We're going to build something that works, the right thing. I presented 2 challenges this morning, so I'm going to start with using a couple of minutes on explaining those problems. So let's start with problem statement number 1. Look at this picture. Is this yellow thing that cuts the banana a good product? Depends, yeah. Yeah. Even if it was perfectly engineered, super highly low-cost production that was made in gold, I would still argue that this is the wrong product. Why? Because you own a knife. It's not solving anything. Unless you have to slice 100 bananas a day, this doesn't solve anything. It just creates another thing that you have to wash, have to store somewhere. So for 99.9999% of the population, this is the wrong product because you own a knife. So let's take a look at the Apple Watch. Is that the right product? Let's try to use the same thinking. What is it solving? What problem is it fixing? Yeah. Money, I think Apple is quite disappointed with the sales. So it's probably not hitting the target there. For some people, yes, I could argue that this is the right product. It has some cool features, training, and some of those things where it does create value for the end user. It's definitely beautifully engineered. It has a lot of cool technology in it. But for most of us who could buy one of these, we already own a smartphone, and it's not really solving anything. It's not giving me as an end user any value. Meaning for most of us, even me who have most Apple products there is to buy, I'm not buying this because it's not giving me any value. So let's consider a knife again. This is OXO. The company was founded in 1990. The founder's wife had mild arthritis, which had trouble gripping things like kitchen appliances. So he founded this company. 2 years later, it sold for $273 million. And they are still going well and strong. Not maybe the most beautiful products, not maybe the coolestly engineered or best designed, but they proved to create a true value for their end users. So, problem number one is, in too many cases, I'm not saying always, but in too many cases, we do not solve an actual problems, or we're not creating value for our end users. Problem number one. Problem number two. You know what this is. This is a sprint. And sprints are fine. They're about going fast. And those of you who know me know that I have a slide like this that I use almost every week with my teams, and I'm talking about speed. I want them to speed up. Kind of the manager role. You have to do that. The problem is that this isn't really the sport we should be comparing ourselves with. We should be comparing us with a sport that's a lot less cool, to be honest, and it's called orienteering. Do you know this? And what's the difference between a sprint and orienteering? You have to find the direction. The sprint does not necessarily give us a direction. It's just about speed. Meaning, problem number two is we do not necessarily have a direction, means we become too short-sighted. We just want to look 1 or 2 weeks ahead, and then we refuse to have a long-term plan or a long-term vision. And the worst kind of agile is the one that have no idea what you're solving and are moving super fast without a direction. And then you end up building something like this. And yeah, I've used Microsoft Project and it kind of works, but this is what's good example of feature-driven development. You end up just adding as many features as you can as fast as possible. And the end result is something crappy that nobody wants to use. So, that was the problem statements. Let's look at the solutions. What are the solutions? 1, you have to be able to solve an actual problems. You have to have an understanding of the end user's need. You have to know your end user. Number 2, to have a direction, you're going to have an opinion about where you plan to go. You are going to have an opinion about, oh, it says option, should have said opinion, about the future, a concept on where you're going. And these are the 2 things that I will be talking about. So let's start with the end user. I, as I said, work for Visma, and we make, amongst others, financial systems, ERP systems, HRM systems, and so on. And this could be a typically representation of one of our users, especially if it was up to marketing to make them. We don't know his name, and he has a tie and a suit, and he works in this office like that. And nobody reacts to being presented like a user to this, like this as a user. So what does this guy want? What's in our backlog? This guy wants some new tax report functionality. He wants a financial dashboard. He needs some more. He's got these big tables with numbers on them. So he needs some filtering, and he needs some more charts, not just the pie charts and the line charts or whatever. No. No, 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 no. This is not where you start. Because this isn't your user. This is my user. Her name is Tina. And this is her work context. And when one of my guys at my department took this picture, it was so busy that he couldn't even get the photo focused. And this is the person you have to get to know. And this person is quite different than the idealized picture, the staged picture in the previous slide. And when you get to know Tina, you know what her problems are. She wants to cooperate more closely with her coworkers. She worries that she's inside that there are errors in her numbers, that there's something wrong in there. she always gets stressed out by the end of the month because there's just so much to do. And she asked the younger guys at work how the solution works because she's not confident enough to use it. This is the starting point for understanding something about the user. It's a starting point for what will be your requirements later on. And it's the starting point of not making functionality that's not needed. So these are the things that you would like to figure out. Small exercise. I'm going to ask you these 8 questions. They may be a little bit tilted towards a business-to-business context, but if you're working on a consumer product, that's fine as well. So I'm going to read them up, and for every question that you know the answer to, you can count 1 on your finger. Do you know what functionality in the current solution that you're working on is used the most? Count 1 if you know. Who is the typical user of your system? Do you know that? Do you know how much IT competence they have? What their main task is? Do they use any other systems in parallel with the one that you're providing them with? Is there anything in that context that they're working on that they don't have an IT solution for? Do you know the work context or use context? It doesn't necessarily have to be at work in a workplace. Like if they're being interrupted, working on the go, working at home kind of screen they have and so on. And do you know what their biggest struggle is when dealing with your system? Okay, so now you should have landed at a number. Who knows all 8? 2 guys. Congratulations, guys. Who knows 6 to 7? A few more. 4 to 5? Yeah, okay, good. 1 to 3? And then a lot of people never raise their hands, so they have no idea, and that means I'm just assuming that it's 0. Yeah, okay, this is typically how this turns out. You know the questions to some of them, and then you have an idea on something, but you're not absolutely sure. And this list could have been 100 questions longer. The point is that we have to know these kind of things. And we have to know our users on 2 levels. We have to know the facts. That's the top level, the facts of what are they working on, in what context, on what computer, in what setting, with which tasks. Those are facts that can be observed. You can ask them, you can have surveys, so you can view it. It's either yes or no. And then, if you really want to understand your end user, you want to dig 1 step deeper. You want to know not just the behavioral stuff, but you want to know the attitudinal stuff. Meaning, what is the reason for this going wrong? Why is Tina worried that her numbers are wrong? It's just a fact that she is worried, but why? Why is there so much stress? Why are people afraid of doing this? Why is she not feeling confident? What motivates people? What fears people? And to be able to figure that stuff out, you have to listen. I used to say you have to talk to them, but you can talk as much as you want, but you basically have to get some feedback also. And the big question is why? Why? That's the question you have to ask. There's a lot of methods that I would recommend using. These are typically the ones we're using at Visma. I'm not going to go through them in detail. There's plenty of documentation about these online, great things, videos to read up on, and examples and templates and all. But you should know that there are a vast number of methods you can use. You could use user monitoring, just like getting Google Analytics or a lot of other things to get data back, and some people have talked about that earlier today. using hardcore metrics. That's a great quantitative source for knowing some of the facts, the behavioral stuff of a user. You could do surveys, which will also, formulated in the right way, can give you good quantitative data. Then you can do observations and usability tests that would give you qualitative data, but still on the behavioral side. Only facts on what's going on. But you're out there dealing with a few people at the time. You can't do or observations of 10,000 people. That's going to take you years. The good thing about combining these kind of things, or at least observation and usability test, we always combine them with an interview afterwards, because we can ask the question, why? Why did you do that? Why did you click there? Why did you think? What did you expect to happen? What? And then you start getting a dialogue and you start understanding the second layer. So then you get some attitudinal stuff. And then you have personas that you might be familiar with to document it. A lot of people write personas without doing the other stuff, meaning they're just guessing. If you haven't done the research on your end user, it's no problem pretending and just writing a persona. You have to do the work. You know this one, the Sony Walkman. So why am I bringing up the Sony Walkman? Because it proves a point that's very important to know if you're going to use any of these methods. I said you should go out, visit the customer, you should listen to them, to the end user. But you cannot ask for what they want. You are not allowed to ask, do you want this? Or do you want that? If Sony in 1980 had gone and listened to the market research that was at that time, they would have never built the Walkman. And it's their biggest success story ever. Sold something like 80 million units or something. All the market research showed that there was no market for this because they asked the wrong question. They asked basically, do you want it? But people weren't capable of having the insight to see if they wanted something that wasn't there yet. So your job when you're trying to go out and figure out what your end users need is not to ask them what they want, but it's to figure out what their motivation are, why are things happening, and then you're going to use that insight with your technology insights and come up with a solution. So people are unable to state their needs. You are very unlikely to be able to state future behavior, what you're going to do, because you don't know what options you have. So do not ask your users what they want, at least before you have it. You can test it if you have a prototype and see if it works. But if you haven't built it yet, you're not asking them. Okay, everybody can contribute in doing user research. How many of you have UX designers as colleagues or somebody working with user insight? Yeah, some of you. In many cases, UX department could be in the lead for this. It depends a little bit on what kind of background they have. But in many schools, UX designers have training in these methodologies that I mentioned and a user-centered design process. And I would like to clarify something, the big misunderstanding among a lot of people regarding the role of UX. And I'm going to start with this. Do you know what this is? Yeah, it's a juice. It's a juice presser, designed by the very French designer Philippe Stork. And it's a huge success. So it's easy to argue that it was the right product because it sold millions as well and made Alessi, the company, a great deal of money. However, it doesn't work. You don't get any juice out of it. Or at least just a tiny bit. And then it tips over. And the worst thing is, if you get lemon on it or citrus fruit, it corrodes. So why the hell do people buy this? It's a fashion, it's a statement, it's a status symbol. It's something that's cool to have in your kitchen. It's a trend. It's basically similar to a little bit of a piece of art. Something to put on the shelf. Yeah, maybe. Like a lot of watches, most watches, why would people buy super expensive watches if the only function was to show the time? Then you would buy the cheapest watch there is and it would work for years. And people buy these super expensive mechanical watches. It's a fashion, it's a trend. So why am I talking about this regarding the UX? Well, that Philip Stark in this case deals with art, with aesthetics, and that's pretty much it. The UX guys and girls that you work with or are here, your job is not, or their job is not primarily aesthetics. Yes, they can help with that, but that's just in the very last part of your process. Their main job is to figure out the user needs and try to have an opinion about what will create a good user experience. And a good user experience is not aesthetics alone. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So we're not in the arts business. We're about creating valuable solutions for our users, and that's far more than this. So that was just a clarification. Since this is an Agile Tour, I have to talk about the user story. And have you thought about a user story? What is it built off of? As a type of user, I want some feature thingy so that I can achieve some reason. What happens if you haven't done any user research? You have no idea who your type of user is, you just guess, and you have no idea why they should want something. So you're left with 1 out of 3 blanks, and then you just guess the rest. This is one of the bases of Agile. And if you don't know your end user, you're not able to write a good user story. End of story. You're guessing. You're taking a gut feeling and just saying, yeah, that's some people in sales told me that our users really want that. No, that's not good enough. I don't trust sales. Okay. Second thing, have a concept about the future. The problem here is a little bit, it came up earlier today also. In Agile, we're not supposed to have a plan, and therefore we're not, let's not bother to think longer than 1 sprint ahead. Well, doesn't really work that well. Okay, XC90. One of those, by the way. What's the difference between these two? Yeah. That's the production version, and that's the concept car. Now, the car industry isn't really, it's quite a conservative industry. But still, they are the industry that they, on a regular basis, are able to pull out some sort of prototype and say that that's where we're going. That's what we believe in. It's going to have 350 horsepower, and it's going to be electric, and it's going to have this cool dashboard, and it's going to look like that. It's going to be produced by this super cool new material. So they're exposing their strategy, their product strategy, and saying that's where we're going. And I find that very interesting. All of us know that, okay, the concept car is not really what's going to be in the production at the end, but there are definitely similarities. They didn't just throw that picture away and then went build something completely different. They got inspired from this. And this is how a concept should work. It should have an opinion about the future. This is one of my favorite concepts that I've been part of working with a little bit. Any idea what it is? It's something called welfare technology. And this we did in Visma. The concept is called live longer at home. Clear problem statement. We wanted to help elderly people live longer at home. It would save and not go to nursing homes. It would have saved and will save the public millions and millions and millions of reduced costs of healthcare and nursing homes. It will keep elderly people more happy because they want to live at home. They don't want to go to a nursing home. The problem is that for some reason you get fragile, you get sick, and you can't live at home anymore alone. Technology can help. We believe that with sensors, with kind of Internet of thinking, and some software application that's not super complex to build, we can provide the public with a very good welfare technology program. And we've piloted some of this in some municipalities in Norway. The interesting thing, if you look at this picture, is how we displayed the concept, our opinion of the future. We basically built an apartment and made it look like an old woman looked there. The lady here, she's a hired actor. And this is during our presentations to some of the top politicians in Norway, where we acted out how we would believed this woman, I can't remember what we called her, would live in this apartment and how she would go about dealing with her everyday life and using some of these sensors and applications that we'd provided. But as you see, we've tried to focus on the value, the problem that we wanted to solve, and not the technology. The technology is completely hidden. And it says something about where we want to go in the future. So, be bold. You should have an opinion about the future. You're not allowed to just say, next sprint. And that's what all we care about. You have to be able to have two thoughts at the head at the same time. Next sprint, yes. Are we going in that direction? Yes. And why is it that you should have the opinion about the future? Well, that's because you have the technology insight, and based on my first half now, you're also going to have the user insight. And those two things will help you build a concept that's more likely to succeed. We're never guaranteed anything. But if you build a concept based on only technology insight, or only a trend in the market, you're more likely to fail. The more data or more insights you can put into a concept, the higher probability it is that that will succeed once it's launched. So combining the technology insights and the end user insight is what is the basis for a good concept. And you should have an opinion about that. And I would like you to express that opinion through a concept. Now, you've seen a couple of versions. The way you want to document this could be a million different ways. It could be through a prototype like the Volvo, or it could be through an apartment like the other picture, or it could be by some text or wireframes and some conceptual sketches of the architecture and some solution outline. It's basically up to you. But there should be some parts that should be part of your concept. First of all, the objective. The objective of the concept is to kind of give the direction of your team, of your company. And so it kind of says, this is the way we're going, and these are the solutions that we're going to, or this is the value that we want to create, or the problems that we want to solve. So then we can leave everything else. That might also be interesting, but let's focus on this. So it gives us more focus. It should challenge us. It shouldn't be easy. But it should also inspire us and say that, oh, that's something I'd really like to see and be able to build. I have no idea how we're going to build it, but yeah, super cool. And And then it has to set some constraints. Those could be technology constraints, it could be market constraints, it could be what users to target, and it could be a lot of other constraints. And when working with concepts, creativity is typically a topic that comes up. And just to clarify something about creativity, creativity works best under constraints. It's not just you can do whatever you want. Well, then I'm not going to do anything. If you're limited, you have to think in a new way. If you have to build that website into a just smaller screen, you have to, okay, how can we do this differently? And then creativity starts flowing. So it should give some constraints. Your concept should contain a user, who the user is, and it should say something about the problems that you're going to solve, or the need, or the value that you're going to add. So then we have that kind of ticked off. And then you could have kind of a solution outline. This isn't necessarily a plan that Agile kind of warns us about, because it's not a detailed plan on how you're going to get there. It's just a guiding star or on where you want to go. And it's not any detailed design, whether technical or functionally, on how the solution should work, but rather what it is that you want to achieve and how you believe the outline of the solution could be like. How are you going to use this in an Agile context? Well, this you know in a lot of different versions, and I'm going to take my red teacher's pen out and correct this a little bit. Obviously, you know that this is where you build or develop something, but you're going to have to do some research before you have a product backlog. That product backlog there is based on end user research. It could be based on technology research, proofs of concepts, market research, and a lot of other research, but for my purposes today, end user insight before you have that product backlog. So you have to do that first, and then you're going to do some design work, and then we're going to build something, and then we're going to test it. And this is basically the same principle as lean startup that was talked about earlier today, but we're missing one thing. And what's that? That's the arrow back there. And the goal with Agile is trying to put things in the context so that the time from there until there is as short as possible. But you have to get that feedback. And you apply different methodologies on where you are here from end users. Just like you do different kinds of testing from a technical perspective at different stages, you would do different kind of user interaction at different stages here. But then there's one thing missing, and that was the whole concept thing. Where does that fit into this picture? Well, that's basically your guiding star. That's your North Star. So every once in a while, you look up from your sprint and you see, are we headed in the right direction? Or are we just spending time on not getting anywhere? Spending time either is something that's very detailed and doesn't really create that much value, spending time on something that takes us in a different direction that we really wanted to go. So you basically look up and you adjust. But the concept is not a static thing. It's not a fixed version. It's a living document that you maintain. And gradually, when your solution evolves and becomes more mature, and you talk to more and more users, and you gain more and more insight, you're going to adjust your concept as well. So you should have a concept that's always 1 to 3 to 5 years ahead of you. And it's a moving target that you're actually never going to reach. But you always have some direction where you want to go. And sometimes it's impossible to have kind of a 5-year plan, but maybe it's enough to have, okay, within 8 months, we should be able to get there. And you have to have kind of a short-term plan. Or not necessarily a plan, but a concept on where you want to go. So that is kind of evolving as your solution is evolving and as you're maturing and knowing the domain that you're working on. You kind of look up and see, okay, are we headed in the right direction? So, to finalize a little bit, to summary, The right product is something that has value for the end user. Or you could be very strict and say that it could have value for the company that you're working for as well. You could build something that would save your company a lot of costs, and then would have value for that. But let's, for the sake of simplifying a little bit, value for the end user. Or fixing a problem for the end user. So, the questions that should be part of your everyday work in your wherever you're working is, what problem is it that we're trying to solve? What value are we providing? And if you're not able to answer those, you have to have a serious discussion about how you do your requirements and how your user stories are written and how you gain the insights on what you believe that you should be developing. These are fundamental questions that everybody in the organization should be able to answer. I'm not saying that we're doing it right all the time, but at least we're trying as good as we can. The way to know the answer of these questions is to gain end user insight, and is to maintain sort of a concept, maintain a continuous opinion about the future. What's your contribution to some sort of future scenario? And that's my challenge to you guys. Thank you.
Time for questions.
I have a very simple one. Thanks for a good presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
You said we should not ask what client wants.
Yeah.
So, how to phrase the right question then?
The problem, the client, if there's a client you're talking about, the client is going to tell you what he needs. So let's do a... there's a difference between a customer and a user. The customer is the one paying for something. And you might have a contractual obligation to deliver on something that they've specified up front. The user, however, at least in a business-to-business setting, doesn't really isn't really being asked. So your question was how do you get depends on your situation. And in the situation where I'm working, we're basically making an opinion about what we believe the users will need in the future, long before they've actually stated that need. But we believe that we have enough technology, market, and user insight to form an opinion. So we have a fairly, we know where we're going, and we're not guaranteeing that it's a success. But then I'm not working on a contract for any external parties either. I found this much more difficult when working on a governmental contract where somebody had specified all the functions up front. That makes this approach a lot more difficult, and I found that far more difficult. So somebody also talked about the different levels of governmental contracts, having agile versions of that. I think that's a very good idea, because that will leave you with the flexibility to find out what's needed to build later on.
Anyone else? Let's give a round of applause for our presenter.
Thank you.
A small gift. And please don't forget to leave your feedback. Use the QR code provided or try out the Visma event application.
Yeah. You hear me? Yeah. And remember to come at the session after, because I will explain everything concretely. We have great theory. Yeah.
Hello.
Yep. Yep. Yo. All the Wi-Fi is there, yeah. People in the back, do you hear me? Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great, thank you. Do you see the two different screens?
Yes.
Yeah?
I will stream that.
Yes, I want you to stream that one, not the other one.
Okay,
Yeah?
okay. Gerai, visas tvarkoj. Vyras eina, visas gražiai. Ne problema.
Dabar paskutinio update'o tai visai gerai šitas veikia.
Jo.
Nes pameni, kaip praeitą kartą buvo, bet...
Mus gaudydavo.
Bet ir viskas tvarkoj.
O dabar, kai baigsis čia kalbėjimas, palauk kelias minutės, tada išjungti viską.
Jo, viską išjungkit ir jūs dėsitės jau. Tam pas jūs ten jau liks.
Excuse me, is the camera moving or is it fixed? It's fixed.
It's not moving.
How far can I go?
Where
Okay. Hey, people who are already here and hopefully not here just because it was a quiet place, might I ask what you expect from this presentation? Because we're like, there's only 4 of you, so it's great. I can kind of understand what you're here for. What? About collaboration, okay.
Basically, does the guerrilla, is my assumption correct that the guerrilla testing is basically on coordinated testing of some sorts?
Uncoordinated?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Is that like in the ballpark of what you're expecting?
Well, yes, you're going to get an answer, which is like meh. But yeah, hopefully you'll get an answer. All right. What about you? You have no expectation. That's the best way of life. So congratulations. But why did you come to this session rather than the others?
I think it suits my field of work.
Okay. Great. And I won't annoy that guy who's clearly focused on his computer. Thank you very much. Have you seen there's still many people outside in the... All right.
Okay, and for the last presentation of this track, we have Mate from France. And by the way, he already did one presentation today because we had a parallel track for government people. You saw this written pusryčiai in Lithuania. We have this tradition of making agile breakfast for people from governmental sector to teach them a bit about agile and to bring agility into the IT projects, and not necessarily IT but mainly IT projects of the government. And this was the first time we had someone not from Lithuania sharing his experience about how things are working in other countries. So let's give him a round of applause. And let's begin.
All right. Thanks for being here. I'll start by asking, just to get to know you a bit. If you don't remember my pitch from this morning, please stand up. Please stand up if you have not seen my pitch this morning. It's not my fault, right, if the thing is... Well, if it keeps doing that, I will probably stop streaming, right? Okay, so that was a trap. Please, no, please stand up. Please keep stand up. So this was a trap question, because indeed this morning I did not do a pitch because I was presenting with the government thing. So all the people who were still sit down, you have probably taken me for someone else. I'm sorry. I hope it will still be interesting. So now I will ask you, if you do not work in the software product development, please sit down. If you don't work in product software development. Okay? Now, if you don't do user testing, please sit down. If you've never done user testing, please sit down. Don't worry, just to get to know and see how much time I must pass on each different parts. And if you've never done guerrilla user testing, please sit down. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Now we can all sit down. Thank you very much. So this will allow me to calibrate the agenda. I will probably spend slightly over 10 minutes on vocabulary then, just to make sure that everyone shares the same basic concepts, contexts, and targets, and why we're doing all that. Then I'll spend 3 to 5 minutes describing what didn't work in our experience doing guerrilla user testing, and 5 to 8 minutes on what actually worked. And if you do the sum of all that, it should be quite under 45 minutes, and hopefully that gives you plenty of time to ask questions. And I really expect you to ask those questions. I will just give you basic stuff, and then we can all together define what you're interested in. So my name is Mathis Schneider. I'm coming from France indeed, and I'm working at the French Digital Services Incubator currently, which is an incubator for state startups. That is, we create products with the methods and the tools of the digital startups from within the state. And that's how we intend to update the whole French government, basically, by showing what can be accomplished with these tools and practices. And what I'm going to talk about today is based on one experience that we had with one specific startup, which is called Boussole des Droits, which could translate to My Rights Compass. Its intended audience is youth from 16 to 25 years old, who might not be on the very usual tracks. Maybe they dropped out of university, maybe they have a hard time finding a job, maybe they have a hard time finding a roof. So basically, we are trying to connect them with all the rights that are available to them and help them activate that. And we, in the first phases of understanding user needs and testing the product, we did guerrilla user testing, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. So, what exactly do I mean when I talk about user testing? I'm talking about the lean startup practice. Hopefully you've heard about lean startup. If you haven't, you should definitely have a look at it if you're in this session. Lean startup should not be taken for lean, right? It's two quite different things. The lean ideas are basically to remove as much waste as possible. Waste being very classified. I won't go into these details now. There's lean IT, and lean startup is basically what happens to the process of understanding a product and who we are working for when we apply lean principles. So how can we be extremely efficient at trying to understand users and market? So basically the goals are to validate or invalidate hypotheses about the needs, about the constraints, about the value that we intend to deliver to our users. We also do user testing to understand the domain that we are going to work on. That is, understand the symbolic world of the user. What are the words that the users put under the features or under the value that we intend to deliver, so that we offer something that is actually understandable by the user. And we can also create metaphors out of this understanding to make sure that everything is clear. And one final point that is extremely important to me in user testing is generate empathy from the team that builds the product towards the user. That is, it is very important that my developers go and have a chat with their end users, because they will be the ones making decisions all along the product development. Even if you have a product owner or whatever, you know that at some point there will be wordings, there will be some slight design choices that will be made by the developers. So you have to have the whole team in contact with the users. So now, in the specific context of the product, this Compass thing, basically we had, when we started this product, 2 years of documentation that talked about the youth in the third person. Right? They want this, they want that, and always about people from the administration, what they had understood from the needs of the youth. It was never about the youth themselves describing which problem they had. So we knew that we had a very high risk if we built a digital tool based only on this basis, because you never know if you actually answer to the questions, to the needs of the user, of the youth, or if you answer to the needs of the professional that's there to advise him or her, or if you're just serving the public agent from the central direction, from the ministry, who understood all that and thought that the solution could be something. So that's why we really needed to do user testing. Now, what do I mean when I talk about guerrilla user testing? So guerrilla user testing is actually quite a sexy term that's there just to signify that we intend to apply the lean and agile principles to user testing. That means that we intend to maximize the return on time invested on the user testing. We want to be as efficient as possible with the time that we're going to spend with the users, because contact with the users is actually quite costly. It's time where you don't necessarily produce directly, and it also means that you usually have to go and meet your users, so you need to factor in the time for moving there. You need to make the contacts to have to be okay with like just going to people and asking them random questions. So you need to be quite efficient with that time. We also wanted to multiply how many cycles of learning and iterations we could do in this short period of user testing, so that we could maximize the impact. And finally, we wanted to minimize the administrative costs of organizing all this user testing. So that's why we call it guerrilla. It means that we try to be as efficient as possible. And in this specific context, it means that we spent about 2 weeks on personas, on lean canvases, that is trying to get a basic idea of where our product was headed, getting a basic vision. And then we kind of got stuck because we went as far as we could based on the documentation we had and based on our own assumptions. Doing more based on that would have been very risky because we had not validated learning. So the solution to validate the learning was to get in contact with the users. So we just gave ourselves a deadline. We said, by next week, we must have met at least 10 young people. We must have met our users. So we just booked an Airbnb to have some place both where we could work and stay in the city where we could do the user testing. And we just sent a few mails to responsible people from youth offices in a distant city. So it's a bit as if you were developing a product in Vilnius and you just made an appointment with 3 or 4 different agencies or offices in Kaunas and went there for 3 days, and you need to do that by next week. But what we discovered was that indeed we had been able to limit the amount of time and energy spent on the logistics. We were able to meet many youth, but we discovered that there were quite a few difficulties with the internal dynamics of the team when trying to appropriate this very aggressive method. Because one thing that's hard is sharing information when what you get is qualitative information. So let me just make sure that you understand, because I'm afraid that I'm going a bit too fast. You go to meet the users, you get to talk with them, understand what are their needs, understand what are their stories. And the thing is, you get maybe 5 or 6 persons in your team, and they will all interact with different youth, with different people from your target audience. So the thing is, at some point you need to put all that in common. And this is actually very hard to do, because everyone has heard different stories, and now you need to make this common knowledge. So this is hard. And the second point was that we actually had quite different sensitivity to uncertainty. So as I mentioned, we are working with people from the administration and from people from product management and with developers and with designers. So all this transdisciplinary team was very efficient at creating a product, but it also meant that the people there were not always as happy with uncertainty and with complexity as the other one. So when we said next week we're going to meet all these people and we're just going to discuss with them, well, for some it was a bit surprising, and they not necessarily knew what to do when meeting these people, because they did not know how to build a software product. So with all this cultural diversity, we came to understand a few things that don't work and a few things that work. And that's what I'm going to talk about now. Did someone not understand a thing? Okay, who understood everything that I said? Okay, all right. Who did not raise their hand? Yeah, great. Okay, so I must be not so unclear as I'm afraid. Great. So, what did not work? Trying to have some theory. We tried to have this like half day, 3 hours, where we explained what was user testing and how how people from our team were supposed to interact with the users, how they should manage an interview. So we did that for 1 hour, explain to them, you don't ask direct questions, you just try to make sure that the stories are told, you take notes, and you don't ask what should we build, you just try to understand what are the issues the people are facing. We discussed over that, we had everyone rephrase. We really thought it was great, and it wasn't. It didn't work, because we think we did not leave any time for the people to actually get this into their minds. So maybe it can work, but you have to do this really beforehand. Doing it on the spot did not work for us. So if you want to do user testing with people who have not done it before, try to either prepare in advance or just accept that they won't be prepared. Don't try to prepare them at the last minute. So to compensate, we tried to have interview canvases. That is, we had written down some basic open questions that could be asked to the target audience. And it didn't really work because we thought of it as some kind of emergency buoy. Like, you know, when they start drowning, they can always get back to the canvas and say, okay, I don't know what to say, here is the next question. But actually, we thought of it this way. It didn't work because the people who were not at ease would never ask other questions than the ones that had been written. So it was not an actual conversation. It was, once again, very directed questions, and we could not make a lot of things from the stories. So finally, what worked was making pairs. We paired people who were new to user testing with people who were used to it. And we just sent these pairs to interact with the target audience. This worked because everyone has the freedom to write the notes however they wanted. And then we would debrief at the end of the day the observations of everyone, and we were able to balance all the observations. Even those who had never done user testing before were able to come back and give some hints about what they had understood. So we were happy because we had finally been able to get out of the building and meet the users, everyone. That worked, but we had actually just pushed the difficulty a bit forward, a bit later, because we said, well, we will put everything in common at the debriefing by the end of the day, but no one knew how to make the debriefing. So while a part of the team was still doing the user testing, two of us came back to the Airbnb and tried to think really hard about what can we do with that debriefing thing. And, well, we found a way. So the whole point was trying to synchronize the experiences, right? Trying to make sure that everyone understood something out of that day. So the idea is to share the results of all these individual stories that every person had with the target audience during the day, and try to make some general meaning emerge out of that. And we found a constraint of form that worked, and that's what we are going to see now. So the idea is that we had sentences with holes in it, and people had to share the stories that they heard with filling in the holes. So the first hole was the person, trying to characterize the person. For example, Sally, 26 years old, has been unemployed for the past 3 years. All right? So here, with this first post-it thing, the person, you try to define the user, that the story that you're trying to explain to the others, by giving the social or demographic or information that's of proper use for the product that you're trying to design. For us, for example, the age and the duration of unemployment were a good fit, but maybe it's not for you. So you need to understand what is a good way to characterize your users. So the person, when she tries to, for example, here for us, it was Sally, 26 years old, unemployed for 3 years. When she tries to register for a training, that was what she wanted to do, right? When she told her story, she said, well, when I tried to register, she encounters some problem. What's that problem? She says, well, there's so much paper that I need to access my benefits. There's too much paper. So when she tries to register for that training, she encounters a problem. There's too much paper. That's why she needs to be helped with this. She needs someone that goes through all the paperwork with her. That's what she needed. But what she ended up doing, actually, was just abandoned. She didn't register for her training because it was just too much. And she also tells that at some point she will probably try to register again when the opportunity comes. So I've just told you the story of Sally, 26 years old, and with this constraint of form, we have actually found a way to make sure that everyone had the same information. And what I'm telling you now is the finalized version. But of course, when you are telling it to the others during the debriefing part, maybe you will have more details, and the others will help you remove all the unnecessary clutter. They will help you rephrase, and remember that you had pairs, so always two people heard the stories. So that other person can correct you if you misunderstood something. So this constraint of form worked for us. Now, after thinking about it, I think we can make it simpler, but this second part we have not tried. So if you try it, just let us know how it works. We intend to try the second version now, but the first really worked. So you end up with all these different stories that had been told. Maybe I will show it again, just to make sure that everyone has seen it. Each line here is a story, right? Make the link with what I just presented. Here is the characteristics of the user. Here you get 3 different stories for the same user, right? Always a story here. Problem, what she really needed, what she finally did, and something else, some other information that the person gave. Okay? So why do we write this on Post-its? Because we're agile, of course, and we like Post-its. No, that's not the proper answer. Well, first of all, it forces you to be very concise, very short, so which is good. It helps for collaboration. That's another good thing. But Post-its have this very interesting affordance in that they can be moved around. And that's where the constraint really shines, because then we could move the different parts around, and we could then use these moves to create new meanings. So what do I mean? When starting with the individual stories, here you really have to look there because it's going to animate and you're going to understand what we did with all these Post-its, all right? So all these different parts, we move them around and we keep the problems and we cluster them, and we keep the solutions and we cluster them. So what have we done here? We are clustering the problems and the solutions that have been brought in by the users. Here, we have not been thinking about anything. The only thing that we are doing is seeing similarities, right? Humans are very good at spotting similarities, but we are all pretty bad at thinking in someone else's shoes and pretending that we are that target audience. So we go to the target audience, we list all their stories, and then we just say, whoa, these problems, they really look quite the same, so let's just cluster them. We cluster the problems, and all the solutions that were in the same line, in the same story, we also put them on the same line. So we end up with these clusters, and we just have to name them. Of course, the team can guess many of the needs and of the solutions. For example, with this compass thing for the youth, we could have guessed that registering for training was something many youth needed to do, right? So maybe it was not worth doing all that stuff. Maybe for that case, but we can also make very important discoveries that can avoid very, very strong drawbacks later on. So for example, we definitely thought that get a job was a problem that they had. But when we did this user testing and this clustering with the problems, we realized that they were actually 2 very different, very separate problems. One was earning money, and another one was starting a career. And you know, when you think about it, when you're in your office, you're like, yeah, it's like getting a job. But actually, for the target audience, it's 2 very different things. You can both work on the side to earn money, and you can start studies, or you can start working in some other field, because this won't get you money now, but this can help you start a career. And being able to listen to the stories and understand the words that were used by the users was what made all this worth. All right, still with me? So we have these clusters of problems, these clusters of solutions, and all this has been brought in by the users. Now is the time where we use our great brains together and we just name stuff. We say, actually, this cluster of problems, we could name it like getting a training. We could name it like earning money. We just name things. And we also name the clusters of solutions. So, for example, the paperwork thing, it might be like being put in touch with someone with a professional that can help me with my paperwork, right? So we just name things. And solutions are just solutions that help the users achieve what they wanted to do. That is, we did not come with a software feature saying, this is going to change your life. We're just taking the solutions that what the users wanted to do and that they couldn't do because of some problem. And we're just going to help them reach the solution that they thought about. We're not going to put forward a new solution. We're just going to help them activate the solution that they themselves thought about. And all these solutions, so these are the clusters here of solutions, now we can transform them into value propositions. So if you ever heard about Lean Startup, this is how you can create a value proposition. If you've never heard about Lean Startup, well, get to know it. But basically, a value proposition is an offer, right? Something like a short sentence that can be tested with different ways. So here, for example, is one value proposition. It says choose a training with video witnesses sharing my own experience of the training. So this is a value proposition, and basically we make hypotheses. We think that this could be a nice thing to offer. We think this could be a nice value proposition. And so in the coming days, you can then go to your target audience and ask randomly, hey, you know what, we're building a solution where we think that maybe you could choose your own training session based on video witnesses. And then afterwards, you could share your own experience with that training. How do you like it? And you iterate over that. That is, maybe the first person like, no, it doesn't ring a bell at all. Or maybe the first person is like, this is great, I want to sign up. And you will iterate, you will change the words, you will change how you present the thing until you reach a point where at least 8 people out of 10 say, I want to know more. Yeah, here is my email. Just let me know when it's done. And if you never reach that point, after 1 week or something, just kill this value proposition. Say, okay, well, we had a few solutions that could be nice, but we couldn't find a value proposition that's worth it. So let's just try another one. Okay? So that's how, coming from the stories, we were able to make the problems and the solutions emerge, and then create the value propositions based on the solutions that were put forward by the users. So in our precise case with this product, we have been able to create 5 different value propositions associated with hypotheses that are here that we needed to test to know whether these value propositions would be worth. We prioritized these hypotheses based on the feasibility of the testing of the hypothesis. We created some interactive prototype, and then we had another testing session with other youth in another like about 3 weeks later. And that's how we were able to start on Wednesday and go back on Friday with having seen about 42 people and having done everything needed to have testable stuff, testable product that we knew solved actual problems. Thank you for your attention. All right. So that was 25 minutes, which leaves about 20 minutes to repass everything in slow motion as needs be. So who starts with the first question? There's no dumb question. You can even ask me to like repeat something. There's no problem. It's quite a dense session, and it's at the end of the day. Yeah.
So first, thank you for the presentation. Very nice. But my question would be, how often do you offer to go to the user as a team? I mean, once per month, twice per month, or once per 2 months or something?
Well, we are being lean about it. That is, as needed, as often as needed. Which means that at the beginning, we went there maybe, I think, once every 2 weeks. But then at some point you get a backlog, and once you've converged on some value proposition that's worth it, well, you just wait until you have enough hypothesis that it's actually worth going to the user. You don't go and spend 2 days or 1 day with the users if you have one very simple hypothesis to test. Unless, of course, it's blocking. If it's blocking you, if you don't know any better, then go and test. But there's no reason to go testing just for the sake of testing, nor is there any way not to go testing if you're stuck because of it. Testing is just a way to attain the best possible product. But basically with such ways, we're able to decrease the cost so much that it's actually possible to say, hey, I really need to go testing, let's do it next week. While in usual user testing, you're like, okay, I need to contact all these statistically significant population and make sure that they are available in the next month, and we're going to host a lab session and everything. If you do that, then you never do user testing. You do it once or twice, and you, like, fingers crossed, everything is fine.
Hello, thank you for the presentation, and I wanted to ask, how do you find the users? Do you look for a certain group or a certain experience, or you just look random people who never looked at your product and they are just looking it for the first time? Like, what kind of group is best for you for this kind of testing? Thank you.
Well, of course, they should be in your target audience. We probably won't test this thing for youth with retired people. But beyond that, it's always just a matter of which are the questions to which you want answers. So if your questions are like, how are the people who are less than 20 years old and who don't necessarily have a full image of the world understand with this product, then just go and ask them. So just define your target audience, like who is the best fit to answer to your questions. Now, how do we actually meet them? We go where they are. We don't send invitations and saying, hey, you can come if you want. We actually do sometimes, but because our target audience is people who are very motivated. So then it's a very good way to test motivation, right? Will that person take half a day off to just test something? But if you only send invitations, or if you pay people to do something, then you're going to have some strong bias in your selection. It's like probably unemployed people. If you do this during the time of the week and you pay people, it's probably either students or unemployed people. So if it's your target audience, fine. If it's not good. So we just go to the places. For example, for this youth stuff, we went to, I'm sorry, I don't know the word in English, but some unemployment forum, you know, like where young people could just come, and there are booths everywhere, and they can look at job offers, job listings, and they can have advice. Well, we just went there and asked random people, hey, you know what, we're doing this web application thing. It could be of use to you. Do you want to spend 5 minutes with us? And sure, most people actually do. We do this with youth, but we do it with all the kinds of users. It just takes a bit of courage, actually, and realizing that if you don't ask anything really hard from someone, and this is not really hard, this is just like spending 10 minutes using some piece of software and just telling you what they think of it, pretty much everyone will actually help you with it. Just go to some coffee shop, just go to the train station, just go to, I don't know, where people are bored and they have some time. Best place.
Anyone else?
But this is really important. This is all about overcoming your own fear of getting to people. You have to do this. This is the first step.
Hi. So maybe I actually misunderstood the topic before you started telling the story, but how this differs from the actually gathering user needs? Because all you were telling, for me, it sounds more like clarifying the user needs and gathering the requirements. Because at least from my background, user testing, I understand that there is already some product which they can, I know, see, touch, or try. So just maybe the question about the terminology, how it is different from
gathering requirements?
Yeah.
Well, because in the end we don't have requirements, so we don't gather them. That's just playing with words. No, I mean, of course, this part was more about understanding the users. It was not about showing some finalized piece of software, but it was guerrilla requirements gathering, if you want. The idea is you actually start working with that. That is, to some of these users, we just had these discussions. With some others, we showed some paper prototypes. To some later on, we applied the same principles to actually show working software. So the idea is just go to the users, and you don't need to be too serious about it. Just go, meet people, discuss with them. What I showed is one way to have this emerge very quickly. It's the only thing that's interesting there. If you already know about user testing, and if you already know about gathering requirements, it's fine. The only message I'm sending to you is just do it quickly, because there's no need to make this more complicated than it needs to be.
Anyone else? Okay, so let's give a round of applause for our presenter.
Thank you.
Small gift to remember the conference. And once again, please don't forget to fill in feedback forms, and let's meet in the closing keynote.